Sudden stop to the music can only mean one thing, chat. I have arrived. That's what it means. I mean, what else would it mean? Yeah. Like I don't even I don't know where else I would go with that. What's up, everybody? Hope we're doing well. Hope life's treating you well. Been 10 weeks since we've done one of these, which is it's crazy to me how fast the weeks go, and like fantasy distractions kind of puts that into perspective, I guess. Where like I don't think time is moving as fast as it is, but apparently 10 weeks have passed since the last time we've done one of these, so that's kind of wild. Not going to be anything too crazy tonight. Pretty straightforward. Same way we've been doing them. I do want to touch on a couple of things first, because a lot can happen in 10 weeks. I did get a haircut. That's one thing that happened. So first two ever fantasy distraction celebration streams. I'm gonna have that long hair that we all miss so much. But got a haircut. Turned 1 year older. I'm 34 now. Feels bad, man. But you know, hey, that's life. We're old. Pretty much it. I mean, we started fantasy shorts, which I'll touch on more when we get there, which will be after we watch number 22, because that's when the first one dropped. We are going to recap those as well on these streams. So we will be doing fantasy short 1 through 8. And we're going to end on fantasy distraction number 30. We obviously won't do fantasy distraction number 9 because that didn't come out yet. Maybe in the future when we do these, I was thinking what we might do is maybe in the future we'll do like a not a teaser necessarily, but like we'll show off a fantasy distraction early, or maybe I'll just play the audio for one. So like in other words, we actually don't have 9 recorded yet, right? But like I'll make a better effort to get it recorded, and we would do like fantasy short number 9, and I would just play the audio for the stream, and you guys would get to hear it like a few days early, or if we did it with like one of the fantasy distractions, you'd be able to hear it like a week early. So we might do something like that in the future, maybe. That's actually a good idea. All right, so we might do that in the future as everything grows and develops. It's our usual smushed emote space here. What's up, Snidgy? But yeah, we it's weird calling you Snidgy when I don't see your name as Snidgy in chat. But yeah. We will be doing a lot of exclusive stuff as the series grows, right? Because with more views, and if we're ever able to monetize, I'll be able to do a lot more with it, as far as getting things done ahead of schedule, especially when it comes to like art, and then maybe potentially animation, merchandise, hopefully. We'll have like a lot of exclusive stuff, and then the rest will be like behind the scenes stuff that we'll share a lot on like these streams, that you won't really see anywhere else. Which kind of ties into something else I wanted to talk about today that I haven't been doing a good job of promoting on these videos or on my stream. We did start a Patreon not that long ago. I think I started it maybe before we released 21. I think I did it with the shorts, actually. So it might have been when we released 22, right? So 22 dropped, and then the first short came right after that. I think 22 was the first video where I was like, BT dubs, we have a Patreon. So we do have a Patreon. We have 0 patrons so far. So I've been doing a really bad job promoting that. But the whole point of the Patreon is to help me pay for things, and take care of our lovely voice actors, our potential guest writers, and everybody involved in the project, because I don't really have that kind of money to do everything myself. So with the Patreon, you guys can help us out with that. There's also a direct link down below as far as donating straight up. If you would like to donate to help the project continue. We'll be continuing the project regardless. So it's not something that you have to do, but it would make it a lot easier and allow us to do a lot more with it. But again, totally up to you. You don't have to do anything. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and beg for anything. It's literally if you feel like doing it. Hiya, buddy. Say my name, Craigasm. Merch, give me. Yeah, I want to make merchandise, but I still need to figure out exactly what we're gonna do. I'm gonna try to make posters. I got artwork made for Ingvar and Kazai's like wartime posters. So we'll probably have posters eventually. I'm gonna slap this logo on a couple of things, most likely. But as things grow, we'll probably make like exclusive merchandise, which I would like to do. Like right now, the meme in my chat is Dingvar, right? We're gonna get to that because the fantasy distraction that's associated with it is part of this set, right? So like Dingvar is like the meme right now for fantasy distractions and my chat on Twitch. So maybe we'll do like a Dingvar exclusive shirt, and it'll only run for a certain amount of time or only a certain amount of prints or whatever. I am a dwarf. Why are you a dwarf, Jake? You're digging a hole. Okay. I'm interested where this is going. But yeah, maybe we'll do like an exclusive run of merchandise and get some stuff going as far as that is concerned. And yeah, but it really all depends on the success of the project going forward. I mean, we've made it to 30 weeks. That's got to mean something, right? So we made it to 30 weeks. We now have 2 shows. We have guest writers. We have multiple voice actors. We're doing it. Diana, did you just become our first patron? Jake, we just got our first patron live on the YouTube. Niji herself, guest writer. I don't think she has any interest in voicing any of them. Our second guest writer. It doesn't pop up on stream, but I got the email, so it happened. We have a patron. We have our first patron. We're doing it. Thank you for that. Diana coming in clutch. Finally, I'm getting paid. Yeah, man. Thank you for that. Wow, live. We did it live. That like, it was worth the wait, right? Like, he said Diana Craiggasm. Oh no, dude. Hey, you know what? Whatever you want. Thank you for the patron. I thank you for signing up to the Patreon. How do I even thank people for doing that? Thank you for becoming a patron. I don't know. It all sounds weird. I'm still getting used to this stuff, but thank you for that. That's awesome. We're making moves, making it happen. But yeah, I think that's really it. Like, all I wanted to talk about at the beginning here was our plans for the future as far as merchandise eventually, hopefully. We have the 2 shows now, the Patreon, and obviously direct donations if you guys... That might pop up on stream. I don't know. I think I have it set up to pop up, but I'm not really sure how YouTube streaming works. I'm still getting used to it. But yeah, so that's it as far as introductions go. I don't think this is going to be a very long stream, even though we do have more content to cover with the shorts. We will be having Jake on later to talk about his fantasy distraction that he wrote and voiced. No other guests as far as I know. I mean, I would love to have some of the other voice actors on in the future. I know Jake and I have been talking about possibly doing a podcast as well. We got a ton of ideas. It's really just a matter of being able to do them, and if it's the more unique type of ideas, it might cost money. So it's really just a matter of getting the money together, getting the content made, and you know, getting hopefully a following and some viewership, right? So we're just, even though we've been doing it for 30 weeks, it's a slow burn, right? Like, we're slowly working on it and working on everything and building things up. Ladies, get you a man that pronounces your name correctly. Ashley is pronounced Ashley, but I call her Ashleah just because it makes her mad. So, nice. I'm in. All right. So let's get right into it. We're gonna jump right in. We have a really awesome one to kick things off for this set, though, because number 21 is the first one that we're gonna watch together, and that is Transmissions, which is the first, basically the first fantasy distraction with every single one of our voice actors minus Innocent, who technically didn't do any fantasy shorts or distractions until after this came out. So the only one missing from this is Innocent. And we have a special guest for reading from Lonan in this one, our friend Lonan from Twitch. He also makes a slight little guest appearance on this one. Lonan's been helping me out a lot on the Discord front, because all the patrons get access to a Discord that Tiana's already in, but she would be getting access to that Discord if she didn't already have access. So he's been helping me set up stuff for that for when we finally do get patrons, but he was also interested in doing some voice work, so we actually have him on this one with the rest of us. Me, Janine, Jake, Sassy, Mike, Zaff, and Derpy all voice on the... I think I got everybody. All voice on this one, and it was super fun to put together and super fun to do, fun to write, and really good, I think. So we're going to listen to that first. I'm going to talk about it, and then we'll just keep going through them until we hit 24 is Jake, so 24 will be a little different because we're going to have Jake come on and talk about it. I think that's pretty much it. So I'm gonna mute myself. We're gonna watch Fantasy Distraction 21 together, and then I'll be back and we'll talk about it. Right? Okay, cool. Muting myself. Opening up the wrong thing, which was my Epidemic Sounds playlist. Pro streamer, by the way. Leaking information. I don't think any of these have ads, because the only ad
within the next 24.
The only ad that pops up is when you start the playlist. Like if you start the playlist from the beginning with Fantasy Distraction number 1, Fantasy Distraction number 1 has an ad. I don't know why. Everything else does not. That'll probably change if we ever get to monetize. All right. Here we go.
It has been 21 weeks. I'm not the most technologically savvy person, so I'm not even sure if these messages are reaching anyone out there. But I'll continue to make them, in hopes that they do. This message comes from the planet Ruria, or at least what's left of it. If you hear it, please send help. As far as I know, I'm the sole survivor of what happened here. Luckily, I have plenty of food to survive. But it's lonely. It's terrifying. And who knows when he'll come back here to finish the job. I'm talking about a cyborg they call the Starlight Samurai. The Galaxy Federation wants you to believe he's a hero. But any planet unfortunate enough to experience his reign of terror knows he's no hero. He's a demon. They sent him here to wipe out a monster infestation. Something I imagine must be routine for someone like him. Instead, he reduced this planet to rubble. Please, if you hear this message, please send someone to get me. This planet is still very habitable if the right people come to rebuild it.
As this theater enters its darkest hour. What started as a war between two nations will end in the destruction of our planet. We need space support as soon as possible, Entire cities are falling. The Galactic Federation has to hear our plea. Tell their guard dog to retreat. Things were bad enough on Teacher before, don't get me wrong, but at least we were able to live our lives. Please, send help. Save us.
This is Commander Cade of planet number 519, requesting permission to execute the Galaxy Federation's mercenary. If there's a kill switch at HQ, then I recommend pulling it to prevent unnecessary bloodshed. If no action is taken within the next 24 hours, our planet will be forced to go on the offensive. We have let the Starlight Samurai act without jurisdiction for too long on too many planets. He does not come to provide help or any type of assistance. He has crushed towns and villages in pursuit of a minor mission. He will be put down, even if I have to pull the trigger myself.
If you're getting this message, then please make haste. We don't have a lot of time. I put together a team of individuals tasked with preparing as many transport ships as humanly possible. Work while you listen to me, please. Every second counts. An alien race known as the Iru has landed on our planet, and they are bad enough on their own, but some cyborg samurai guy showed up a few days after and all hell broke loose. I will help you evacuate as many of our people as possible, but the rest is up to you. Bring all the Galaxy soldiers you have, and come save this planet while you still can.
I hear a lot of horror stories about the Starlight Samurai, but I don't think he's the monster everyone thinks he is. The worst things I remember about my town started long before he arrived. They reached their peak after he got here, but he wasn't the cause. The city I was born in was called Meripa. I use past tense for a reason. Its mayor was a ruthless ruler, with most crime syndicates in his back pocket. Some of us tried to rebel, but it often was a lost cause. They sent in Kai, that's the Starlight Samurai's real name, to stop the corruption. The fighting that broke out wasn't started by him. I was working in the town hall when he confronted Mayor Clint. He did not fire the first shot, nor did he swing his katana until the innocent were safe. The moment Mayor Clint's men opened fire, I hid behind a nearby desk. I peeked out occasionally and saw Kai take many bullets to protect some of us. He is not the villain of these stories. I refuse to believe it. When the fighting ramped up and some of the dust settled on buildings that used to be homes and places of business, I had just finished packing my bags. It was time to leave Meripa, and possibly even get off this entire planet if I could. That's when I saw an odd texture on the floor. It was blood, but not normal human blood. It was Kai's blood. Mayor Clint's men had weapons that could harm him, and he was seeking shelter in my home. That's when I met Kai. Not the cyborg killing machine, the Starlight Samurai. Kai, the man hidden beneath the chaos.
I call not for help, but so there's a record of my voice if things don't go my way. I look out the windows and see nothing left of what once prosperous city. I've thrown all that I have at him, and the devil, Galaxy's own monster. In the last few days, I've had my own people betray me and try to feed me to him. See, he's here for me. I've done nothing wrong. Just did what I needed to survive. The Galaxy has a problem with that. They should have reached out to me. Instead, they sent some psychopath cyborg with a katana to hunt me down. Pathetic. You don't get as far in life as I did, without getting your hands dirty. So I sit here and wait in my bunker beneath the city. My own weapons at the ready. I don't think there's a living soul above me other than him. But I say let him come. Let him try to take what is mine. I'll take his head for a trophy and parade it around the sullied streets when I rebuild my kingdom.
The messages keep coming in. Planet number 519 is under heavy assault. Perhaps we should have listened to Commander Cade when he submitted his report. I was told to record every one of Kai's missions with excessive detail, utilizing reports and transmissions from other planets to pinpoint exact locations, dates, and results. The statistics are staggering. At this rate, if Kai is left unchecked by the Galaxy Federation, these casualty numbers will continue to skyrocket. We managed to send some help out despite the Galaxy Federation's firm stance on interfering with Kai's mission. Dieter was salvageable, and we managed to save that lonely man on Ruria. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for Ontius. While we did manage to intercept some of the transport ships to help them get to safety, the planet itself is uninhabitable now. A waste of good resources if you ask me, a necessity if you ask the Galaxy Federation. I personally think it was because the Eru was there, and not so much because of Kai's involvement. Though I will admit, some of these transmissions are a bit bizarre. There are messages from planets where we know for sure Kai hasn't gone. I have records of his location being elsewhere when reports of a cyborg with red casing came in. I'm sure there are other cyborgs out there in the universe, but these transmissions are very similar to the ones about Kai, yet they are definitely about someone else. I've marked each one of these messages for future evaluation. Who are you?
Relax, little missy. Step aside. I just need to pinpoint the location of our mutual friend. No one else needs to get hurt in here today. Commander Cade thinks his men are enough to stop him. What a joke. He took Ronka from me. That planet was mine. Now I'm gonna rip him limb from limb, sell his scraps, and let what's left of his human side drift off into the remains of the planets he's destroyed. Let him have his fun with Cade and his inferior army. When all is said and done, it'll just be me and my destiny. Mark my words, little missy. I'm gonna rid this universe of the Starlight Samurai.
That voice though. All right, so transmissions was the first time we kind of all got together and did we weren't actually like together in the same room, but we all recorded something for this. And I think it came out really well. I'm really happy with a lot of it. I gave them kind of the freedom to improvise if they wanted to, but I think only Derpy improvised, and the stuff that Derpy added was incredible. I mean, he went like above and beyond and just like really delivered an insane performance on his part. But yeah, I think the whole thing came out great. The Starlight Samurai has been one of the things for Fantasy Distractions that I've been getting the most questions about. That people want to know more. They want to know what his deal is. They want to, and that was kind of the whole purpose of him, right? So. Not gonna lie, when I heard the static, I thought something broke. Yeah, that Fantasy Distraction has a lot of. And it was the first time I was really trying out some sound effects that all came from Epidemic Sounds, which is where we get all the music from. So it was my first time trying out some sound effects, and I think it worked out okay. But it is kind of like the gunshot at the end is a bit of a jump scare. The static is like wait, like you want to just like be like my headset working. But I think overall it came out good. I'm really happy with the way it came out, and I think everybody did an amazing job, and it turned out like the way I pictured it in my head. It turned out way better than how I pictured it. But getting back to like the Starlight Samurai stuff in general, the whole point of that character is to kind of build this suspense and mystery, right? About him possibly coming to Fenrir, right? So like the idea is that he's going to all of these different planets and he's practically destroying them or unintentionally destroying them, or something's happening every time he goes where those planets get wrecked. And the idea is that there's kind of like this over-looming anticipation of him coming to Fenrir. Because Fenrir is where most of the stories are taking place. So, this is the planet that we're spending the most time on, and has the characters that we're all hearing about in these stories and growing to love, hopefully. So him potentially coming to Fenrir is a big deal. And I want to hype that up and build that up and build up that suspense. So That's kind of the point of these Starlight Samurai stories, just kind of like sprinkling like tidbits about him, about where he's going, what he's doing. And in this first block, which we've already established, I think, in the last recap stream, but a set is the group of 10, right? So like 21 to 30 is a set. A block is a group of 50. So 50 fantasy distractions would be a block. So we're currently in our very first block, which is kind of like an introductory opening, like Fenrir, like general block, right? And we're building up to the second block, which is essentially going to be like wartime between Ingvar and Kazai. So as we go through this block, we're kind of getting introduced to all the characters and the major players and everything that's going on around Ingvar and Kazai. So when you get to the Starlight Samurai stories, they're very heavily like foreshadowing a lot of stuff that's going to be happening, especially in relation to Fenrir. But at the same time, we want to keep like that mystery, right? So like, it's pretty obvious that he's going to be on Fenrir at some point, or he's on his way to Fenrir, or at some point he's going to have to come to Fenrir, and that's going to be intense, and it's going to be a big deal when it happens. But we need to kind of set the groundwork for when he actually comes, so that you know that when he shows up, it's going to be a bad time. It's a big deal. So we're setting the groundwork for that. We're building up to that, and by doing that, and along with doing that, we're starting to establish like this rivalry of sorts between the narrator from the original Starlight Samurai story, which was Fantasy Distraction number 2, many moons ago, feels like. The narrator from Fantasy Distraction number 2 and Kai, they're on a collision course to have a showdown, right? And the idea of this block is to kind of build up this showdown between those two. And because like we haven't really entered wartime yet, like we can't end the first block that's the introduction with a fight between Ingvar and Kazai, right? Like we have to build up to that, or build up to something similar. So because we can't really do that stuff yet, we will be building up some things with the Starlight Samurai and this narrator that will hopefully give us some kind of like finale for the first block and take us right into block number 2. So we're really just setting a lot of groundwork now. Still trying to make all the stories stand on their own, so that like if somebody picks up Fantasy Distractions at number 21, you could still listen to it and be interested without actually knowing the stuff that's happened with Kai already, and without knowing like what's coming, right? So like if the first one that you ever watch is 21 or 22 or 23, the idea is that you could still enjoy the story without watching all the other ones. So like that was kind of always the point from the beginning. But since it's evolved quite a bit, at the same time, we want it to be a cohesive story if you do listen to everything, right? So like people that have listened to Fantasy Distractions number 2 will already know the hype kind of behind Kai. And now you're getting a little bit more like of these other planets that are struggling or are being affected by his missions. And now you're just getting a little bit more. But if you were to watch 21 on its own, you could still appreciate and understand what's happening and know that, oh, there's this katana-wielding cyborg that's going from planet to planet, and every planet he goes to, something bad happens. So it's just a way to kind of like build things up and set a lot of groundwork, because that's kind of what we're doing in this first block. I still am going to try not to sway or swerve away from that original idea that all these stories should stand alone, or at least be enjoyable even if you haven't listened to the other stories. I want to continue to do that going forward, but the blocks will just have themes, right? So like block number 2 is definitely going to be wartime. So it's going to be King Ingvar versus Lord Kazai, their rivalry continuing, their war against each other, one army versus the other, which is Onyx versus Obsidian, and its effect on everybody else on Fenrir. But at the same time, like if you pick up, like let's say, the first Fantasy Distraction you watch is Fantasy Distraction number 51, you should still be able to understand everything that's going on without having seen any of the first block. And that's always kind of been the intention from the beginning. I think maybe putting numbers on them is kind of ruining that. Like, people might see like, oh, Fantasy Distraction number 51. I gotta watch 50 of these before I can enjoy 51. That's not the intention. I should probably either do away with the numbers or explain that a bit better in the future. But I want people to be able to pick them up and just enjoy the story without having to read or watch all the other ones. That makes sense. I went way off on a completely different tangent. Yo, Marco, what's going on, man? Big shout out to Marco for always showing up. He literally shows up to every single premiere, even the ones that I missed. I missed one on Friday. I missed my own premiere on Friday. It's the first one that I missed. Marco is still there. Actually, Aiden was there too, so shout out to Aiden. And Marco also did our little profile picture, the little circle with the FD. Marco also did that for us, so big shout out to Marco. Huge supporter. You told me I had to watch all of them, no excuses. Well, I mean, you, as a guest writer, you should probably watch all of them. Same with the voice actors. The voice actors should be watching all of them, but I don't think they do. That's okay. But yeah, you need to know the world, all right? It's different. All right, so now that I went off on a tangent, Transmissions was really fun, right? Transmissions was a good time. We're going to do more stuff like that in the future. We actually have one more in this set with a collaboration between Janine and Sassy. And we're planning one in the future with Jake, Janine, and Sassy. I don't really know what we'll do in the future that'll bring everybody together, like all the voice actors. I would like to do stuff like that, but we'll see where the story takes us and what other ideas I cook up for that. But yeah. Listen, I'm getting there. I know, Tiana. I know. You'll get there eventually. I'm watching them all just take some time between binges. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, Marco is the monster lord from Twitch, if anybody's curious. He's one of our homies for a very long time. Always supporting me, always helping me out when I need it. So big shout out to Marco and making the profile picture and always showed up for the premieres. That's huge. All right, so I think I talked enough about 21. Not a whole lot to talk about. I went off on a whole different tangent that was unrelated, but hop right into 22. So we'll watch 22 and then we'll talk about it. Ready? All right, here we go.
In the days before the Onyx Obsidian War started, it was becoming more and more apparent that Lord Kazai was not as prepared for battle as King Ingvar. Kazai ruled his side of Fenrir as a true, honorable ruler would. He protected his people, he made sure they would be prosperous, and he did everything in his power to prepare them for life during the inevitable war. While Kazai ruled as he should, Ingvar was gathering the most ruthless fighters in all of Fenrir. Lord Kazai knew he had some true warriors among his army, but not nearly as many as King Ingvar, and if he wanted to win this war, then he would have to fight fire with fire. So Lord Kazai set out with some of his samurai and searched high and low on the east side of Fenrir for the strongest warriors. That's when he met me in a tavern just outside the Stone District. I believe Kazai and his men were done with their search for the day and just relaxing when I approached them. Some people took issue with how Lord Kazai ruled, but most of us respected him, and to be honest, held him upon a pedestal. In a sense, he was the closest thing Onyx had to a celebrity. Everyone knew about the Battle of Shire, and everyone just wanted to catch a glimpse of him. Now, I'm no warrior, but I am a bit of a sucker for heroic tales and legendary individuals. Hoping I could help out in the upcoming war in a way that didn't involve fighting, I offered to tell Kazai of a story. This story was one about a beast of an orc named Rosmig. Orcs on Fenrir were known to live for a very long time, practically tripling the lifespan of a typical Fennin. Rosmig was no exception, and he lived during the era where 4 legendary beasts reigned on Fenrir. Beasts brought to life by the gods and goddesses worshipped here. One particular beast was known as Emberic. Said to be born from a claw of the wolf god Enror, Emberic was a monstrous legendary wolf. Emberic terrorized Fenrir many years ago, starting from Gennin in the west, and working its way all the way east to a town on the coast of Onyx known as Fate. Needless to say, the people of Fate were caught by surprise when the large beast arrived, and in mere moments the entire town was crushed. While those capable of fighting gathered at the edge of town to make stand against the monster, Razmig emerged from the crowd. Razmig stood almost double the size of the people of Fate standing behind him. Broad shoulders and a body that looked as if it was chiseled from stone. On his forehead were 2 small horns protruding upward that held some of his long black hair that cascaded down his shoulders. Unlike most orcs, whose weapon of choice was a large battle axe, Razmig used a well-crafted spear. Some even say the spear is one of legend. Bestowed the name a myriad, Razmig's spear was said to be so heavy that only the monstrous orc himself was strong enough to wield it. Across from where Razmig stood, Emberic grew restless. While Razmig towered over a typical Fennin, his size paled in comparison to the magnitude of this monster, whose origins tied directly to a god of war and battle. Fire ran down the spine of the beast, and in a few places that it had skin, the skin was dark red and leathery. Despite looking as if it was one with the flame, it was as if the fire on its own body left it scarred and ruined. For the people of Fate, this standstill felt like an eternity, but in reality it only lasted a few moments. Having ravaged their entire town, Emberic was ready to finish the job. The beast rushed toward Fate's people and Razmig, but the orc cleverly drew Emberic's attention elsewhere. By waving the large myriad in Emberic's face, the giant wolf pursued Razmig to the edge of town, to a large cliff with the crashing sound of the fen seas beyond it. Razmig readied himself, and Emberic charged towards him. The orc ducked the first bite from the beast and drove a myriad upward into its throat. Emberic roared, and its drool seared some of Razmig's skin. As he removed his spear, Razmig was thrown aside by one of the beast's paws. The force of the swipe was so strong it launched Razmig off the edge of the cliff. Razmig stuck a myriad into the side of the cliff and held himself up. He could hear Emberic draw closer, step by step. The earth shook as it closed in on him, and when he looked up he could see the face of the wolf peer over the side. He braced himself, knowing full well the wolf would try to finish the job. The moment Emberic put its head down to bite him, Razmig used his feet to push off the cliff and jumped past the beast, up and over. An orc this large should not be able to jump so high. And when he landed, he cracked the ground beneath him. The impact tore a line in the cliff on the opposite side of Emberic, and despite its desperate attempts to hang on, the beast plummeted into the fen seas, its flames extinguished forever. The piece of land that broke off became a tourist attraction in Fate, which Razmig stayed to help rebuild after it was destroyed by Emberic. I believe Lord Kazai enjoyed my tale, but also questioned its legitimacy. He wondered where he could find the orc, and I told him he spent his days in Fate still, acting as their protector. If he wanted to win the orc over, and the town of Fate, he would need to offer them similar protection as their ruler. Needless to say, the talks must have gone well. As war draws near, the legendary rematch between King Ingvar and Lord Kazai on the horizon, Razmig stands beside Lord Kazai as one of his chosen.
I don't know if it's the music that I picked for that one or just Jake's amazing reading, but that one gives me chills for some reason, and I don't really understand why. Like, I mean, the end is kind of like chill worthy, I guess, but that one gives me chills for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know about you guys, but so good. So good. Shout out to Captain America. I keep trying to drink while we're watching the videos, not when I'm actually on screen, but I felt like I needed to wet my whistle. But yeah, Jake did an amazing job with that one. I loved writing that one because I really like legendary weapons. Like, my books have legendary weapons. Fantasy Distractions is going to have a couple of legendary weapons. We're actually going to do a story about the blacksmith who made those weapons. Probably in the next block. That feels more like a wartime type of story. Especially because we're going to be talking about a lot of weapons during that block. So yeah, I like writing about legendary weapons. I like naming them. I like coming up with the idea of them. So that's one of my favorite ones from this set. But yeah, Jake's reading obviously takes it to a whole nother level. I tell Jake all the time, like, I write them so fast. I literally like sit down and write like one in a day, and then I move on to the next one, and I kind of forget what I even wrote about some of them sometimes, which is probably not a good thing. Like, not from like a story standpoint. Like, I'll remember so I could piece things together, but like, I write them so fast and move on to the next one that like I just hope that they're good. And then whenever I hear like Jake read them, or really any of the voice actors read them, I'm like, I actually wrote this better than I thought, because they don't improvise like a lot. Like, they improvise some things, or they'll change up like a sentence here or there. But a lot of that is like exactly how I wrote it. That makes me pretty happy and proud when I hear the final product, and I'm like, dang, like, I wrote that and Jake brought it to life the way that he did. And like, together, it comes out so good. And I love it, man. I can't wait to share more of these with people. Like, the more views that we get and the more these stories get out there, it's like Jake's reading is so good on this one, like, it deserves to be heard, and I hope that it gets out to more people, and more people hear it, and hopefully more people grow to love this one as much as I do. But yeah, man, Jake absolutely killed it. The Rosmig story in general, I thought was pretty fun. We've mentioned orcs before in Fantasy Distractions, but we never really kind of deep dived into their lore, I guess, on Fenrir. But yeah, they are older than the average human, or average Fenin in this case, because Fenins are Fenrir's humans, basically. So they're older than the average Fenin, and they're very big. Especially Rosmig is like bigger than your average orc too. So like, orcs are big in general, and he's just a very big orc. He's lived for many, many, many years because Embarrack kind of terrorized Fenrir long before a lot of these stories even take place. So he's been around for a very long time. And I like the idea of him just like, he was chilling in Fate when Embarrack attacked, and then he stayed in Fate to help rebuild it. And then when Kazai goes to look for him, he's still like just protecting this town that he saved from like this legendary creature, just like chilling and enjoying his life. When Kazai's like, hey, I could use you in my army, and Rosmig's like, as long as it means Fate can, stay safe, and I could protect these people that I've already been protecting for years, like, I'm down, And I like that whole like concept of Rosmig, and of course his weapon. Myriad is kind of a combination of a lot of things. Its name comes from there was a spear that King Arthur used, that obviously because of Excalibur nobody talks about. And then there is a spear, I might get the story wrong because I don't have it in front of me, but there's a spear that like was used, or that helped create an entire island, I believe, in Japan. I hope that's right. I don't know. I could bring up the file in front of me, but I'm trying to do it off the top. So I combined the names of those two spears, and then the concept of the spear itself is like Guan Yu's spear from Dynasty Warriors. I mean, he was a real dude, but I know him from Dynasty Warriors, the video game. But that spear, like the whole story behind that was that it was so big and so heavy that only Guan Yu, who's like a really big dude, could wield it. And so I took kind of inspiration from that. Was like, what if we have this spear that's so big that only this like monstrous orc could wield it? Like almost like it was specifically designed for him, which maybe it was. When we get to the blacksmith story, maybe we'll dive into that more. But yeah, just like that whole idea, like of taking different pieces and different inspiration from things and kind of slapping it all together to make up these legendary weapons in our fantasy world, So that's kind of a big part of that story and how we handled that one. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it for Razmig. Obviously, shout out to Jake, who is June in chat, ThePizzzaKing on Twitch, for reading that one. He did an amazing job. Like I said, it kind of gives me chills a little bit. Next up, we have the debut of Fantasy Shorts. So we're going to just go in order of release dates here. So we're going to go to Fantasy Short number 1, which actually dropped between Fantasy Distraction 22 and 23. It was the first story that Innocent read for us, aka Creating Love on Twitter, Innocently Creating on Twitch. Definitely go check her out. Absolutely amazing streamer, amazing voice actress. And this was the first one that she voiced for us. It was our very first fantasy short. Excuse me. I knew I wanted her to have like a good debut for us, so I thought like having her do the first fantasy short, like our brand new show, quote unquote, having her coming in and reading for it, I knew that was a good idea. The fantasy shorts are done a little bit different. They're told from the character who is telling the story's perspective. So like the original Natalie I read, but this story is actually told by Natalie. So I knew I needed a female voice, so I thought bringing Innocent in for this one was a good move. And we're going to listen to that one, and then we'll talk about it. Give me 1 second. Oh.
Whenever I close my eyes.
Hold on. Listen, 1 second. The accent she uses for this is incredible, by the way. All right, I'll be back. Be back after.
Whenever I close my eyes, I can recall the moment I first felt the sun's warmth. Darkness followed by a tiny spark that would soon ignite a fury inside me I never knew existed. Confronted by those monsters just outside Elmore, I knew I needed to fight for my people. That I needed to fight. To survive. The sun chose me as its daughter, as its vessel to protect this world. Elmore needed me. Fenrir still does. Since that fight with those monsters plaguing the farmlands, Elmore has recognized me as its guardian. They bestowed upon me the largest building in which to train my pupils. Never again shall Elmore be too weak to stand against a threat. Someday, I don't know when, but someday, I will have to leave this place, venture out and help where I am needed. Wherever the sun decides that to be. When that day comes, I want to make sure that there are people to stand up for Elmore and fight the battles I won't be able to fight for them. The people of Elmore, more specifically the children, often ask me what it's like when I channel the power of the sun. It's, hard to explain, and I typically try not to use them if I can help it. I would be a bad teacher if I tried to teach my students things that they could never do or achieve without the sun's blessing. But when I do get to tap into this gift given to me, there is no sensation like it. It's not hot, my body does not sweat from the heat. It's more of a gentle warmth, a calming, peaceful feeling. A bit ironic that I feel those things when I enter a state, since what usually follows is pure rage and relentless violence. A true nightmarish sight if you're on the receiving end of my wrath. There are few of my students who have witnessed me at my full potential, though the occurrences are rare. They constantly joke about how I'm normally very serene. I spend most of my days after one of those moments of fully unleashing power and potential in our dojo, meditating. I feel the need to reset my body and realign my soul. I may fight for the sun and it may use me as its vessel, but I never want its power to fully consume me. If I fully gave into this power, the results could be catastrophic. The sun chose me for a reason. It knew I could handle this power and keep it in check. Use it for good, not for evil. Use it to protect those unable to protect themselves. If the day ever comes where I can't do that, then let the sun abandon me. Let it move on to someone else. I will no longer be worthy of its blessings. I hope that day never comes. The people of Elmore say I'm the light in the darkness Fenrir needs. I will do everything in my power to make sure I live up to their expectations.
I don't remember putting no, usually I put, some extra time on the end. Do I do that in all the shorts? I honestly don't remember. Innocent did an amazing job with that, obviously. She's incredible. She brought a lot of life to Natalie that, obviously I would not have been able to do because it's a female character and I don't have the voice for that. But, I love the idea of Natalie. She sent me 2 versions. One with that accent and one more similar to how she normally speaks. And I thought it was a cool idea to kind of have her have an accent and be kind of chill and mellow. Honestly, I think this was my favorite. Okay, she's the one that we want to read yours that you guest wrote, Stingy. So she's gonna be reading the one that you wrote. Hopefully. I'm hoping that she's able to do it because I'm sending her the file on kind of a short notice. Which, by the way, I did see your message in Discord. Give me one. Give me one sec. I will message you back. Right. Yeah, so she's gonna be she will be reading the one that you guest wrote. Excuse me while I go cry. I messaged you a ton. No, it's okay. I read it on my phone while we were listening to the fantasy short. But I like the idea of Natalie being kind of really calm and relaxed all the time, which I think is funny for her character because she's meant to be this teacher for people, right? So her being calm, cool, and collected makes sense. But she always describes when she channels the power of the sun as this uncontrollable rage, which nobody ever wants to be on the receiving end of, right? So even her students haven't seen her do it often or at all. But the ones who have are we definitely don't want to mess with Sensei, you know? So I love this idea of just this calm, almost spiritual type teacher, which the spiritual side of it we're actually going to get into more in a story that I wrote that's coming up for fantasy shorts. I believe it's fantasy short number 11. So the fact that she's teaching these people to be really calm and teaching them how to defend themselves and teaching them how to be respectful and things you would expect from a karate teacher or your sensei or somebody who's just kind of like teaching you and guiding you through life. But then there's also this other side to her that when she goes like full power, you don't want to mess with her. You just don't want to be like anywhere near her. So like kind of like that idea of that like quiet little like peaceful teacher, but you know, if you cross one of her students or cross her, you better get ready for the smackdown, you know? Tell her I'm Puerto Rican. We have no choice but to do things at last minute, and I'm sorry. Okay. I'll tell her. I'll make sure she knows. Sorry. I'm actually messaging Diana right now. Weird. Like I could just tell her. Private chat. All right. Yeah. All right, cool. So fantasy short number 1 is the Natalie one, which was awesome. Innocent's debut. She comes back with an actual fantasy distraction within the set. So we're going to be getting to that. The next one we're going to be doing is about the character who created everything that's happening. I originally wanted to do this next story where like it was just a narration about the planet itself, because we didn't really have like any thing about the planet itself. And then Jake and I kind of talked about it, and we were leaning more towards the side of just scrapping this one completely, which I actually like I agreed with him 100% that we should scratch it. And then I was like, you know what, let me just write it and see if we like it, and then we'll take it from there. So I ended up writing it, but what ended up happening was I had the idea to write it from the perspective of the character that created everything that's happening, because we've hinted at this other godly being besides the 4 main gods that we've talked about, that has basically created Fenrir and the gods themselves. So I had the idea to do it from that character's perspective, and I thought it was an interesting take on it, and then I wrote it. I was pretty happy with it, and we got Sassy on board to record it, and that's kind of how Fantasy Distraction number 23 came to be. So yeah, let's listen to that, and then we'll talk about it. I don't think I really have much else to add about the fantasy short, other than you know, like I said, I like that Natalie's kind of this calm, cool, collected teacher, and then she kind of has this like crazy like rage side to her. And obviously mentioning that Innocent did amazing. We're going to be talking more about Innocent as we go through the fantasy distractions. I believe she also did number 27, so we'll be talking about Innocent more later on. And let's listen to 23.
I have seen a lot and created a lot, but none as fun as Fenrir. That felt weird to say. Fun. It's a word that's been missing from my vocabulary for centuries. There is just something about this planet that I enjoy. It is far more interesting than I anticipated, and that's why I just can't seem to let it go. You would think leaving it alone and seeing where things go from here would be the correct course, but I just keep adding more and more to see where this journey takes us. The planet's name is Fenrir, but the humans living on it call their main continent Fenrir too. The humans, known as Fenins to each other, are born from the elf god Jakari. It's strange that he made humans and not more elves. He's a bit conceited, so maybe he wanted to be unique and be the only elf on Fenrir. Either way, this story isn't about him. It's about the overall structure of Fenrir and its ever-evolving terrain. The main chunk of the continent is divided into the east and the west, onyx and obsidian respectively. The south is where the Deadlands grow, an oxymoron, but the best way to describe it. A few lands are just north of onyx and obsidian, But if you cross the water they call the Fen Seas, you reach a whole new land entirely. A snow-covered continent the Fenins call Isla. Most instances of planets I've experienced before my days like this would often be colder the more north you go. I noticed that on Earth, for my brief time there, and it was like that on the planet that I'm from, Thria. Those experiences both seem so long ago. And now here I am, playing on these planets like they're my sandboxes. I don't treat them all like Fenrir, though I most certainly could, but like I said earlier, this one is just special to me. So I add things. A continent here, a city there, new people with new purpose and their own stories. Fenrir is so fascinating that I can put the wheels in motion, and the Fenins typically take over, spinning the narrative, creating their own way, their own problems and their own solutions. There are so many tales still to be shared, and some I haven't even thought of yet. While I typically like to stay out of the conflict on the main continent, I'm always thinking of new ways to spice things up. Like an honorable knight in Obsidian when you think she should be from Onyx. A once respected king who suddenly has ulterior motives, or a cat demon that grows stronger with age. The possibilities are endless, thanks to my design. If things slow down on the main continent or Isla, there's also Sabia. If things slow down on Sabia, or I feel I just want more action, there's plenty of room above Sabia for another continent, if I so desire. Not to mention the constant threat of outside interference. Cyborgs from distant lands converging on Fenrir to settle their differences. Visitors from other planes of existence, and people with the power of gods that I did not create. At least not intentionally. I'm trying to think back to when Fenrir became so special to me. I created it. I enjoyed playing around with its structure. But I do that with a lot of planets. I think if I had to trace it back to one specific moment in time, it would have to be when Ilia told me about a battle atop the mountain of Shair. If you've been following along, you know the one. But it was the first time in a long time, probably about as long since I last used the word fun, that I needed help. A battle of this scale threatened to tear the world apart, and Fenrir had grown too important to me to leave to its own destruction. Even I'm not sure how two men were capable of something on this scale, but I think when I got involved I somehow made it worse before I made it better. You see, a being of my caliber doesn't need help often, so when I do need assistance, it takes on the form of something beyond most people's basic abilities of comprehension. When you take an entity like me, and another entity like me, and drop them on a planet following the regular makeup, it could have catastrophic repercussions. And it almost did. It probably would have if we weren't what we are. Sure, with a mere thought I could end blood rain and a volcanic eruption. I can stop the sea from overflowing and the ground from ripping apart. But sometimes I like to just sit back and see how things play out, as long as the planet itself is still standing afterwards. That's why I think I'd rather just watch from the sidelines and not get involved ever again. I'll insert more content when I feel the need for it, or move things around if I feel it's dragging on. But Fenrir has become my new favorite show, and I'd hate to ruin it.
Alright, so definitely one of the most fun ones to write, which is funny because we almost scrapped it completely. So the idea is basically like there's this entity that is so powerful. She's just like creating planets and kind of playing around with them. Like it's like a sandbox or like her version of Minecraft or something. You know, so like she is just making these planets. She's doing things, you know, she's fooling around. She's seeing what works, what doesn't, what happens. And she implies that she's done it before. So she's been doing this. You know, she's been making a planet, you know, creating things and just leaving it to be on its own. And she has these record keepers that basically work for her, telling her about those planets. We've mentioned it in the Ilia one where she's like, you know, I've been assigned Fenrir, which is great because I love, like, Fenrir is so interesting, you know? So there are other record keepers out there that are keeping track of things for this character that may have, like, a planet that she herself doesn't really care about as much. So, like, I think that's an interesting concept that she's, like, running around kind of making these planets, and, like, some of them she just completely abandons just because she doesn't care. and then like other ones she like really loves what's happening on them, so she pays closer attention. So Fenrir is one of the ones that she's like really interested in, and whenever the record keepers come to her and tell her like, hey, like there's these two guys that are crazy strong, I don't know how they're this strong, but you know, their battle is actually like threatening the existence of this planet you like so much, maybe you should go in and, you know, see what's happening. And that's why she kind of like steps in and has to kind of make sure everything runs smoothly or that everything's okay. So I love that idea and that concept, and I'm really happy that me and Jake talking about wanting to scrap this thing entirely kind of turned into like a story that I actually really enjoyed the way that it came out. And obviously Sassy reading for it was incredible because, you know, she's kind of got that like playful tone to her voice that complements the story really well. And like, you know, you could picture that voice being attached to somebody who's just like, yeah, I can create planets, and, you know, if I want to spice things up, I can add a continent or two, you know. And the other super interesting part about this story is I like to think of it as when she mentions like what else she could add is the moment that she's like accidentally creating it, because the way this character works is they can basically create anything with their imagination, which is like one of the strongest powers you could give somebody in a story of any kind. Like I've seen other stories try to do that, and it's usually like super OP, and then they write themselves into like a hole where they gotta like use plot armor or some kind of weird twist to defeat that character if it's a villain. And I just like the concept that like she is just this powerful, you know, like with a thought she can like stop all the things that are happening due to Ingvar and Kazai fighting. And, you know, like she kind of chooses not to in that moment. But when she's talking about these things that she could potentially add, I like to think that she is creating them in that moment, right? So like an honorable knight that you would think would be in Kazai's army is actually part of Ingvar's. And like I feel like when she's just saying it, like she's thinking it, so it's becoming real. The same when she mentions the demons, like these are stories that are coming up, right, in this very set that she is talking about, and I like to think that like in that moment she's kind of creating them as she's speaking about it. You often make the stories like monologues or dialogues. How come? I just think it's a more interesting way to tell the story. I've kind of debated a long time about even doing them from the character telling the story's perspective. So like this one is told from this godly entity's perspective, but almost every other fantasy distraction is told from like a third person party. So like somebody retelling the tale about somebody else. Because originally what I wanted to do was I was going to do it where, so like take the Starlight Samurai, for example, right? My original intention was I was going to do 3 to 5 stories about the Starlight Samurai told from that narrator's perspective. So the guy who's telling the original Starlight Samurai story, it was going to be like 3 or 5 stories told from his perspective. And then we were going to do 3 to 5 stories about that narrator. So we were kind of like introducing the character secondhand through him telling stories about a different character. That was my original plan with fantasy distractions in general. So like we were always going to have characters to tell stories about, which is kind of still what we do, but like on a grander scale now. Whereas like, you know, we'll write a story about, you know, a town in Obsidian, and it'll be about a specific thing happening in that town. But then from that story, we'll start being like, oh, well, what if there's another person living in this town that is experiencing the same things that are happening, but like, let's tell his story now. So it's kind of like a similar concept, but like I said, like on a grander scale. Like originally it was just supposed to be a single narrator who tells a story either about the same character or different characters over the course of 3 to 5 stories. And then after those 5 stories, 3 to 5 stories are done, we were going to tell the narrator's story. So like I was already setting the tone for that before we kind of evolved the ideas around fantasy distractions. So like the guy who tells the story about Natalie, I was going to do another story about a different character told by that same narrator. And then we were going to do like another one by that same narrator, possibly about a different character. And then when that was done, we were going to tell the narrator's story. Same with Starlight Samurai. We were supposed to do like 3 to 5 Starlight Samurai stories told by that guy. And then we were going to tell that guy's story. Same can be said about Eden, which was the third fantasy distraction. We tell the story of Eden, who's like this mage who travels, whatever. And then that same guy would probably tell like another magic related story for like a couple of stories. And then we were going to find out that guy's like origins, basically, like that narrator's story. And then it would be told by somebody else. And then so on and so forth as we describe each narrator and each character. And it was going to evolve that way. But doing it the way that we're doing it now, I think is a little bit more interesting and gives us like kind of a broader scope. And doesn't really narrow us down on narrators or stories. So that's kind of the reason why we do it that way. But oh, nice! Didn't know this was going on. Yo, what's up, Nep? Nep. That's Sarah. But I don't. How do I even pronounce Nep? This? I don't even know how to pronounce that. But yeah, we are doing a little recap streameroo for fantasy distractions. I'm just gonna message Jake. I'm going to message him when we're close to doing the one that he wrote and voiced. Letting him know that soon because he's going to come. That's pretty close, yeah. I never knew, like, I know you've used that name before, but I never... How you been doing? I've been watching them lately and enjoying them. Thank you, man. Thank you. I don't know if we're watching any of the ones that you haven't watched yet, but we're about to do fantasy short number 2, which is narrated by me, so it's probably going to be cringe, but you know, whatever. I try my best. The way I was reading this one didn't come out that great, I don't think. I don't know. But the way I read the most recent one, I think I did better. I've changed the way that I'm recording them personally. And I think I did better on the more recent one, but this one I think is a little scuffed, so I apologize, but it would help if I set this up. This is fantasy short number 2. It is ironically about the Starlight Samurai. I just meant...
A break in the action.
Whoa, hold on, me from the past. All right. We'll listen to this and then we'll talk about it.
A break in the action leaves me wandering the galaxy in search of peace. I was made in a lab. Fragments of my memories linger. They haunt me daily, even the peaceful ones. The struggle to try to piece together my past leaves me just as empty as when I'm able to remember. Nothing returns to me. So instead, I return to the places they say I'm responsible for destroying. Some of these places are no longer suitable for normal humans. Others just haven't been rebuilt yet. I find beauty in the desolation. It gives me a place to feel human again. I take the missions the Galaxy Federation gives me. It's what I'm programmed to do. They point me to a place on their maps, and I go there to execute what they want me to. Outside of that, I'm free to act on my own. When the entire universe considers you a threat, there aren't many places to go. It leads to a very sad and lonely life, which in turn leads me to many questions. A lonely life? Am I even alive? Is what I feel true human emotion, or is it what they want me to feel? There are a few who don't run and hide when they see me. They provide a rare moment for me to be vulnerable, for me to let my guard down and be a person, like I was once. I met a girl in Mayripa. She wanted to leave the planet because of the fighting that broke out against me. I was hurt, nothing fatal, but enough to slow me down. She patched up my wounds. Her hands were shaky at first, but she knew I wasn't really there to hurt her people. that I was trying to make her planet safer, not destroy it. I am the most misunderstood being in the universe. She learned to understand that. I am grateful for her. I don't know what will become of her. I don't know if I'll ever see her again. I helped her get to safety, but where she goes from there is up to her. I returned to this planet because it's starting to recover, and I know there are flowers that can grow here. She told me of a rare flower on her planet called the Riftwalker Rose. The database of information I can tap into said they can grow here, and despite the destruction, they do in abundance. Maybe they were called something different on this planet, but it's interesting that something rare to her is common here. On what people consider a dying planet, no less. It's ironic and beautiful. I have moments like these. Moments where I remember how complicated life could be. Moments where I can remember how to feel. Brief moments of peace and tranquility between bloodshed and chaos. I long for more moments like these.
I did add some more time to the end of that one, but like 5 seconds. I think I added way more on the ones later. I could be wrong. I gotta double check when we get to those. Yeah, so yeah, I wasn't sure if logging into my, because I'm streaming from YouTube. I wasn't sure if logging into my laptop, because I'm commenting from my laptop. I wasn't sure if logging into my laptop would screw anything up. So I'm commenting as Val Starlight, but I'm streaming through Fantasy Distractions. I wasn't sure if it would mess it up. I really have no idea what I'm doing. Excuse me. 90% of the time. So especially with YouTube streaming. So I wasn't sure what I could do as far as logging into both. So I'm commenting on my laptop on one account and streaming through the other. That's why you'll see both. But yeah, so Kai's story is I mentioned this before on I think the first recap, maybe even the second. Kai's whole thing is very heavily influenced by Trigun and Vash the Stampede. I watched literally all of the previews for the next episode for Vash the Stampede. There's these little like monologues that Vash does to set up the next episode, like coming attractions for the anime where he just talks. And I thought they were so awesome when I heard them the first time. And that's like kind of what I wanted like Kai's whole thing to be like. So very similar to like how Vash tells those coming attraction breakdowns. I wanted him to be very similar to that because like whenever Vash reads them, like he's a very like funny character at the beginning of the series, but he becomes like this very like serious like character that you start to kind of like feel bad for him. And once you see like how like real he is and like vulnerable he is, and like all the like sad things that have happened to him, like you start to really like feel bad for the character, and you really start to like get to see this like very vulnerable human side of him. And that's kind of what I'm going with the Starlight Samurai. Like he kind of has a bad rep. Like people think he's a bad dude or a bad cyborg, but like deep down he's actually not really that bad of a person or cyborg again. So I'm trying to like kind of show that while still building this like mysterious character that is actually like a threat to a lot of these planets. But he's got like this very like human kind of like sad side to him too. And as we go on, we'll explore like is it just because the Galaxy Federation is sending him on these missions that he's doing bad things? Is he actually doing the bad things, or is something happening when he goes to do these missions and it's giving him a bad reputation, you know? I like to think of it like kind of like he goes into these planets to do a mission, and the mission that like even the people that are like in charge of the planet or, you know, like important to the you know, ruling of the planet. I don't really know how to word that, but like, you know, the Galaxy Federation might tell them like, hey, we're sending him in to do like a routine thing, but he's actually there to do something major. And the aftermath of that major mission that he's on is kind of leaving these planets like destroyed and cities wrecked, and because he's essentially the only one that's coming out of some of these planets alive, obviously he's going to get a bad reputation because people are going to think he's destroying the planet. But it's not necessarily the case in a lot of these stories. And the girl that he mentions in this short is the same girl that Sassy read for in the transmissions. Her name so far, she's not like canon yet with a name. Her name is going to be Ariana. She is going to get her own story in some capacity, but not anytime soon. But she's also going to be very important to his story because she kind of is one of the first people that like just treated him like a normal person, and he kind of like thinks about her a lot, not necessarily like in a romancy kind of way, but like just like, hey, this person actually treated me like a human, not a robot or a cyborg or killer or murderer or any of those things. She actually like treated him like a human being. And so he thinks about that a lot. And that's why when he like goes back to these planets, like he's on a planet that he essentially helped destroy, right? Like there's nobody living there anymore because of him. And it's possible that people can't live there anymore because of him. But he's allowed to survive there because he's, you know, a cyborg. And he goes back there and he's just kind of like finding this almost like peacefulness to this planet because he could actually just go there and just be himself or just have a peaceful moment when he's just always surrounded by like this craziness and people being afraid of him and this bad reputation that he has. So I want people to feel bad for him, but I also want people to like kind of question a lot of the things that he does. And I want people to be able to see both sides. That's kind of what we're setting up. And we will continue to set up. It's not different from as if you watch your FDs. Usually it should not make any issues. Yeah, it should be fine. I'm not too worried about it. But yeah, so that was fantasy short number 2. We're getting through these pretty quick, I think, right? We're already on 24. So 24 was our very first guest writer, Jake, aka June, aka ThePizzzaKing, aka Tabor, aka Half the Voices Tied to Fantasy Distractions. Jake wrote this one and voiced this one. So we're gonna watch it, and then I think he's gonna come on and talk with us for a little bit about it. AKA your mom's. Are you really best friends with my mom? Okay, I gotta ask her about that.
There are many mysteries.
Whoa. Okay, that keeps happening where it just auto plays. I'm ready for it to auto play. All right, we're gonna listen to it. We're gonna chat with Jake about it, and then yeah.
There are many mysteries all over Fenrir. The battle atop Shire between Lord Kazai and King Ingvar. Eliana, the beauty of Vesuva and where she went. And speaking of missing persons, the gods have all vanished. Of course, these are well-known stories that have traveled far and wide across the world by word of mouth. But there's only one mystery that I can speak of because it involves the town in which I live. Just outside the bog is a small town that remains relatively untouched by much. This town is called Venser, and I was born and raised here. About 2 months ago, an evil creature that I can only really describe as a demon made its way from the Deadlands, through the bog, into our small town. It introduced itself to us as our new master, and asked if any of us had an issue with this. one brave soul spoke up, and with a simple flick of its wrist, cut our man down. It grew deathly quiet, and a smirk crossed over the demon's face. With no complaints from anyone anymore, he demanded we start gathering resources. Every week he would return and demand sacrifice from us. For 2 months we piled food and riches at his feet, every week, and those who failed to provide were taken into the bog and never heard from again. I had a rather easy job. I provided grain, which we had plenty of. Stockpiling for the winter allowed an easy cushion to fall on if I ever was short on my sacrifice. The town was quick to fall into seclusion. We prayed day in and day out. Even those who believed the gods were gone for good had begun to pray, hoping that someone would hear our calls. A town that used to be quiet and happy was now forced into squalor and slave labor for a false god drunk on his own power. Each and every day, I looked to the sky, examining the clouds and wondering if he was going to bleed us dry and move on to the next city. Lord Kazai had no jurisdiction here, and I envied the protection he gave to his people. King Ingvar was in the same boat, and despite how cruel of a man he could be, I would take his cruelty over the hope-sucking horror that now owned our town. I had grown so desperate that I even began praying to King Ingvar. For maybe, as a man who announced himself as a god, would by small chance hear my call and come save us from this hell. And some went as far as to pray to Aradia, the ruler of the south, to come and free us. Someone must have gotten through to a god I have never heard of, though. I remember the day clearly, the day that Venzer was given hope. 2 people showed up only a day after the demon had come for our resources. I can't even say for sure if they were both people, if I'm being honest. The one who appeared to be a man wore clothes the like of which I had never seen before and introduced himself to us as Aaron. The one who followed wore clothes that covered every inch of their body, and a face mask which had eyes that glowed an eerie and ghostly green. That one was called Crow. I've heard that there's been an evil demon attacking this village every week. Tell me what you know, Aaron said frankly. The few of us who had met him in the tavern flinched. It was always a fear of ours that it was listening to everything we said. Perhaps it would swoop in and tear the hope right out of us by killing these 2 right here and now. But seeing the one called Crow inspired me. If Crow wasn't human, perhaps they could take care of the beast for us. I spoke up. Yesterday, he came to us, took our grain, our meat. Those who can't afford the weekly sacrifice disappear, and those who attempt to fight are killed with ease, I explained in a panic. My heart was beating out of my chest. Every word I said felt like it could be my last. But if it meant freeing my village, I would gladly die. And even if it didn't, my death would liberate me at the very least. Aaron looked me hard in the eyes and beckoned for me to approach him with a movement of his finger. Cautiously, I approached, and he placed a hand on my head. I felt a surge of energy flow through my body, and I tensed, unable to move. My body had frozen, but only a moment later, the feeling vanished and I was able to move once more. Aaron took his hand away and examined it for a moment. "Did you get that?" he asked, now removing his other hand from his friend Crow.
Yeah, I'll get right on it.
Crow responded. Its voice jumbled as if many people were speaking at once. The sound made my skin crawl. "You all relax. Tonight, things will be dealt with," Aaron said. As he stood with Crow to leave, I reached out and grabbed hold of Aaron's shoulder, shaking and sweating. "Tonight? Are you crazy?" I questioned him. Aaron simply gave me a warm smile and gently removed my hand from his shoulder. I felt rather calm from the action. "Don't you worry. We're professionals," he told me, nodding his head at me in reassurance and stepping outside. As worried as I was for them, I felt completely confident in their abilities as well. That night, I went to bed, wondering if today would be my last. If they failed, would the demon come to us and destroy us next? It was a miracle I even got any sleep at all. But the next day I woke and everything was as it always had been. People were shut up in their homes or drinking their sorrows away. The demon, Aaron, and Crow were nowhere to be seen. I feared the worst had happened and they had failed. But as the week reached its end and we all came to the city square with our sacrifices, the demon did not show up. We waited for hours and hours, wondering if he was testing our resolve. But as the sun began to set, a revelation set on our village. Aaron and his friend Crow had freed us from our captor. Venzer was free at last, and our heroes were never seen again.
Alrighty. So we are gonna get Jake on a call in Discord in 1 sec. I gotta put my actual mic on. Howdy. Ear reveal. Actually, my ears have probably not been seen on the stream because of all my long hair that I had prior to this recap. Hello? World?
Hello.
Why did that like start up so?
Uh-huh.
I don't know. Like we joined the call and it made this weird. Like before you made it weird.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. What's up, man? How's it going? Military Spartan says
It's good.
Nerd stuff.
Well, I agree.
So you were our very first guest writer, which makes sense because pretty much do a lot of stuff on Fantasy Distraction. So
I do. I do a lot of behind the scenes stuff.
yeah. For our first guest writer, you voiced it. You basically wrote it while watching my Twitch stream.
Basically, you mean did?
Yeah. What do you want viewers of Fantasy Distraction? Oh, this story.
I don't know. I mean, it was a really fun story to write, and I think the fact that wanting to create the first story basically as simple as possible allowed my idea to like let me be lazy with it a little bit. And it sounds weird to phrase it that way, but like the monster, I didn't really feel like coming up with a name for or a descriptor for. And I think because it's like this kind of horror mystery-esque story, not doing so gave it even more mystery and intrigue. So it's like, oh, these people who live close to the bog still don't even know what to call this creature.
Yeah, and I also think what's like really fun about it is there's so much about it that we can't talk about, like that we know that we can't talk about. Literally,
yeah, I can't say much.
One story, it's hilarious.
Yeah, there's a lot, and I think the really exciting part about it is that there are so many moving parts that people just aren't even aware of. Like this seems like just like, oh yeah, here's a small little mystery story that's kind of messed up. Oh, things are looking like grim for these people, but oh, then they're given hope. Yay! It's like everything on this. There's so much like going on in the background, and there are characters that are important and all this other stuff that like we just don't. You wouldn't know. and you won't know for a while.
Yeah, and like
So-
it's so much fun because like the story itself is like fine as is, but like there's so much going on here that like not to just reiterate it, but like that we know that other people don't know. And it's funny because like until we reveal some of those things, like it's gonna go over a lot of people's heads, and then if they
Yeah.
ever come back to this one, they're gonna be like, oh wait, like these
Yeah.
characters were kind of shown to us already.
Yeah, right. I think that's also kind of like I didn't even mean to do it on purpose.
Yeah.
You know, there's some stuff. I feel like that's where a lot of the best writing comes from. Is like when someone does something completely on accident that just works incredibly well. You know, like I've done that with my music too. But in a story like this, where I like listened to it again for the first time in a while on your stream, and I was just like, huh. Man, this is a lot better than I thought it was.
See, like that's how I feel when I write them and you guys voice them. Like that's the same feeling. Like I don't think it's that great when I send it to you, and then when you send me the audio back, I have to like I do it anyway just to make sure like phrasing and things. But like I literally listen to your recording or any of the voice actors recording with the file open, like the written file.
I had mine open too while I was watching.
And like when I'm writing it and when I send it to you, I'm just like, it was all right, and then like I listen to the recording and I'm like, this is actually pretty darn good, man. Like I'm proud of this.
Yeah.
And
But,
I know you were pretty happy with the double voice for Crow, which is pretty great.
Yeah, I thought it sounded pretty good. It was hard to like it was hard to actually get a good sound for it because I was almost considering asking a bunch of friends to send me, like I'd send them just what my take of, yeah, I'll get right on it, and then have a bunch of my friends like record the exact same like line over it, and then I was just going to combine a bunch of actual different voices. But I was like, that either has the potential of working out really, really well and sounding good, or it's just gonna like dumpster.
Yeah, it's gonna sound
like full on nosedive dumpster, So it was like I have like a method of getting like a Protoss voice sound from StarCraft, which kind of has this weird reverse talk, echoey type thing that I implemented into that while also doing some pitch shifting and whatnot. But it was a really exciting thing to record and edit because I knew we hadn't really done something like that before.
Yeah.
So it was like, oh yeah, not only am I the first guest writer, but I'm going to do some cool audio stuff with a voice too.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about it before I went live for this recap stream, like looking back at the ones that were released in that. I was thinking 1 through 10 we played it super safe, right? Like we're just recording, simple stories, people read it, done. 11 through 20 we were like kind of playing with some, like I really wanted to do a song for 19, but we ended up doing like the whole thing, and we took a couple
started
risks.
dipping our toes in the water.
Yeah, and then like this set is just like, all right, everybody's
All right,
gonna
cannonball.
record something for the first one. We're gonna do double voices. We're gonna have collabs. We literally did like
There's just full cannonball.
things. Yeah.
Yeah.
So as we go forward, I guess we'll just keep trying stuff
Keep
out.
making,
and see
yep.
what works.
I am curious to know if you have any questions for me on it after you've listened to it again and it's fresh in your head.
I was thinking about it as I was listening to it. For me, this is probably the 10th or 11th time I've listened. Because first of all, when I'm putting them together, I listen to it multiple times.
Oh yeah.
When I'm picking out the song, I listen to it multiple times. Once it's up and uploaded, I listen to it multiple times. So I've listened to it a lot. But this time around, for some reason, it didn't really quite hit me how perfect the whole mystery theme is to the story. Obviously it's called The Mystery of Venzer, but because it's talking about the mystery for that place specifically. But when you start introducing, talking about the other mysteries that we've introduced already, and then go into like this specific mystery. I feel like you tie it all together really well at the end too, because it's like these guys were never heard from again, and it's like, oh, like, okay, like, are we gonna get more of this? Are we not?
Right.
Are we gonna get more of the other mysteries mentioned? Like, obviously we're gonna do that, but like, I just think it tied it up really well. Now, like, it's still kind of a mystery by the end.
Yeah,
The story.
I think that was like the goal here. Like, obviously, Aaron himself is also a mystery, as well as like this town is probably going to be considered a mystery to some people because, again, it's a very small town just outside the Deadlands.
Right.
It's not exactly a tourist attraction, you know. But it's like, I imagine kind of later on down the line them creating some kind of monument almost to Aaron and Crow. And you know, even Aaron and Crow are mystery enough because, you know, Aaron's basically wearing modern day clothing.
Yeah.
And Crow is Crow, you know?
Yeah.
So
what you described him or her to me as like you wouldn't even be able to tell their gender from like what they're
yeah,
wearing.
the purpose of the outfit is entirely to like hide any semblance of identity. Yeah. So like there's no skin showing. There's like nothing like that. There's the voice changer and the mask. It's very much meant to be, you're not supposed to know who this person is at all.
Yeah. So like he or she entirely is basically a mystery, you know? So like,
yeah,
the whole mystery theme in this is so like well done, but it's not like
it's like there's the main mystery. Yeah, there's like the main mystery, but a bunch of smaller mysteries too. The story itself, when you listen to it, is almost mysterious because it's like, you know, did this really happen? You know, is this how people are these people going to be telling me the same story if I ask everyone? Like,
yeah.
And it's so interesting to me because I've never written a mystery before. Like, I've never really explored the mystery genre. Mystery and horror go together a little bit, but there's a big difference between a pure mystery and a pure horror. Both have elements of the others, but again, yeah, there's a big difference. So it's like finding a way to not really give as much information as as you probably should to make things very clear. Really worked in the like 3 to 4 page writing style we have for Fantasy Distractions. I couldn't go into detail about a lot of things, otherwise it would just be too long.
Right, it would be like a 20-minute video.
Yeah, and it forced me in a way to cut corners and decide what was important to explain and what wasn't to this story in particular. And so I feel like just having that kind of restriction actually really helped with creating the mystery surrounding like everything.
Yeah, because it's like
so,
you have the story you want to tell, but you have to try to fit it into essentially like 4 pages, like that.
Yeah,
that's kind of like
and
the
so
cutoff point I've been using. So like, it's not easy.
And it literally went like I went into it just like, all right, I'm gonna write a story about Crow, and Crow is the mystery because like no one knows what Crow is. That's the mystery. And so him opening the story with talking about all the different mysteries all over the place, it's like kind of easing you into the idea that this is going to be another story that, you know, people are telling by word of mouth from this area, and the narrator speaks on it because they were involved, and they know like everything, and they were direct, like they were a direct interacting party of it. He spoke to Aaron. He's like witnessed Crow, you know.
Yeah. And
on top of that, these people legit saved him from like hell.
Yeah.
You know? But
and
it's like
the most fun I think about having guest writers for these is like I'm giving a lot of you guys like pretty much freedom to do whatever you want essentially with the characters that you write for, or in your case, like because you're so heavily involved, you know, like giving you entire sections like the Deadlands, like to kind of do most of the exploring in. It's interesting to me too because it's like, okay, yeah, I know like the base of it, and things will be run by me first. But at the same time, it's like the next story you write, whether it's here or somewhere else on Fenrir, or in Fantasy Distractions in general, like even I don't really know what's coming, you know, like so there's no way for me to know. So it's exciting for me too because whenever you finally send me like the next file that you write, like it's something that is kind of in the world that I've created, but it's not anything that I know ahead of time, which is really fun.
And on top of that, it really works with kind of, I know you've explained a little bit on stream before of like Fantasy Distractions. People have asked you how you keep coming up with these ideas, and you've said like they kind of just make themselves. Like a story comes out, and then I'm just like, oh, but what if we explored this? And the way it's structured really allows for creativity to just run wild. And you know, listening to the story that Sass and Janine read together that you're going to get to later, when I was talking to Janine a couple Mondays ago, or not Janine, Sass, a couple Mondays ago, immediately started giving me ideas.
On twitch.tv/
ThePizzzaKing with 3 Z's. Yeah. But it's like, you know, it immediately gave me some ideas that I would love to see written. And was like, oh man, I should run that by Val and see what he thinks about this, right? And so it's nice, I imagine, for you as well, having these guest writers and hearing these stories or reading these stories from them, because then that creates new ideas for you. And it's basically just this big like ping pong of ideas off of each other, voice actors and guest writers. And as long as there are multiple eyes and workers on this project, there will always be new ideas.
Which is wild because like so many people like talk to me like outside of streaming, you know, like I've talked a lot about it on Twitch. We've done like mini podcast type things, and you know, like we talk about it a lot in our circle, quote unquote. But like whenever I talk to people outside of Twitch about it, they're like, you're gonna run out of ideas, dude. Like you're doing 2 stories a week now. There's no way you're gonna have enough things. Yeah. Marco put me as the writer for it the first time he posted on Twitter. But yeah, like I just tell them like you'd be surprised. Like the ideas are just kind of they're there. Like I'm actually like overwhelmed by how many ideas I have. Like there's no way we're gonna run out anytime soon. Like it's impossible.
Well, and it's also so crazy to me that this character of mine who I've had for years, Aaron, is suddenly like important. And so like the ideas that I have for stories with Aaron now, even just Aaron alone, is like getting bigger. And
I wasn't sure how much of that you wanted to touch on. That's why I didn't bring it up before you did. But but that's one of the most interesting parts of this that like most people don't even understand yet.
Is Aaron is like a bigger deal than they think.
He's actually been
I'm so excited, dude.
We listened to tonight already.
I'm so excited for us to explore him, because I feel like if there's ever going to be a series in which his character is explored, it's going to be this. Because this gives the greatest opportunity. And the even crazier part is with Aaron's inclusion, do you know how many doors that opens up for new stories that don't even have to take place on Fenrir?
Yeah.
Like, it's infinite, man.
That's why I said, like, we'll never run out of stories, dude. Like, it's impossible.
Yeah.
Like, I can literally just be like, yeah, the creator from the last story, yeah, she just decided to make another planet, and we're going to explore some characters on that planet, and we're going to give that all. Like, I can literally come up with ideas forever at this point.
Yeah.
And like you said, the more people we bring onto the project, the more we're going.
The more ideas we're going to get.
Yeah.
I'm excited to sit down and like I can't wait for stories where like you and me sit down and write one together, or me and Derpy, or you and Zaff or something. And we really
we've kind of explored a little bit. We'll get to that too, because the Dingvar story is coming up soon, and that was kind of one that we wrote together, as is the one that comes after it. So
yeah, that was me kind of just giving you ideas.
Yeah, it was more just like on stream and kind of just, it's a little different.
Just a brainstorm.
If we do it off stream, I think it'll be a little smooth.
Yeah, I just bringing that up, I already got another story idea. Holy shit!
Yeah, they're literally pouring out themes.
It's so like exciting to think of all these different ideas, because it's like, man, we've got so many, and they're all pretty unique and everything and whatnot. But then at the same time, you're like, oh my gosh, it's going to take us so long to even get to that. And what like block do we fit that story into? And is it important to this, or is it going to be just a side story and whatnot? But
yeah, that's actually the more difficult part, is figuring out like when to place them and how long it's going to take us to get there. Like, I mean, it's exciting, but at the same time, it's like, as the creators and like the content creators tied to it, it's like you want them to get out. Like, you want people to see them or experience those ideas now. But it's like the way we're doing it, where it's like 1 to 2 a week, or 2 a week now. It's like, it might be years before we get to some of these ideas. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. And if for whatever reason we're like, we have too many ideas and we're really ahead on all the writing, and we want another piece of content, we can start like a second fantasy distractions series, much like Fantasy Shorts.
Yeah.
That's just completely not involved with the primary fantasy distractions.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's an exciting project alone to think about, and getting to sit down and write something for it is fun, just because it's like, it's so quick.
Yeah.
And despite how quick of a story I've written and how little I really touched on, it has such like deep roots. It's like like the mystery of Venzer is like an iceberg picture, and you're looking at like the story itself as the iceberg above the water, and then it's like, oh, but here's all this other stuff, and you have no idea.
Look underneath.
So
it's great, man. It's been a pleasure, like just just working with you on this project in general, and you bringing in all the voice talent helps, obviously. But yeah, man, like, no, I'm so happy that we found each other through Twitch, and that we're able to.
It's so crazy,
do
dude.
Something like this together has been really, really fun, and still has me excited. 30 weeks later.
I like thinking back about, like, because I'm pretty sure the first time I saw your channel, I just like clicked on it, watched for a minute or something, and was like, okay, and then I left. And then someone gifted me a sub to your channel somehow. Like, I randomly got one. Probably. And then I showed up and was like, oh, I recognize this like profile picture. Showed up and decided to actually chat a little bit, and then scrolled down and saw that you were a writer. And I was like, oh, so this is my new best friend. Like,
here we are.
Here we are.
A couple of years and about 30 weeks into a project together. Pretty crazy.
Jeez. It hasn't even been a whole year.
I don't even know where these 30 weeks went, to be honest. Like,
dude,
I was like, I gotta do the recap stream. It's been 30 weeks since we started doing these. I mean, technically it's been like 28 because of the break at the beginning.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, it's still quite a bit. It's so nuts to even think, though, that like fantasy distractions got brought up somehow, and then I was like, yeah, I know a lot of voice talent. It's like you just had that random connection that knew people that do voice work.
It worked out perfectly. Like, hey, we should do this project together. And then like the person you asked that to is like, yeah, sure, I have like 1 million friends that could literally voice all your content. Like, oh, well, that's good.
Okay. Yeah, they'll do it for free too. Whoa.
Oh, all right.
Okay. Well, if there were ever a sign.
Yeah, that was it. But speaking of free, I would like them not to do it. So,
I know.
sign up for the Patreon. We got our first patron tonight. We should talk about that. Snidgy. Diana.
Hey guys, we here at Fantasy Distractions really love distracting you with fantasies. It's our job, our mission, to make sure that you're entertained each and every week. And, I mean, honestly, anytime you see a Tabor Fantasy Distraction, I'm sure you're entertained before you even click on it. But let's be real here. We put a lot of work, effort, and time into each and every one of these fantasy shorts and fantasy distractions. And if you'd like to get some exclusive access to a Discord where you can talk to the one, the only Tabor, the time-traveling bard, you can start now by donating $5 a month at patreon.com/ I don't know what the actual URL is. I'm sure Val knows it. He'll tell you. Fantasy, whatever. That thing. Links in the description. Go donate so that we can continue providing you with me. Thank you.
I'm going to just take all that audio and use it every stream. Whenever we go to, I'm just gonna pop up the little chibi, and that audio is just gonna play. That's it.
It's like you'll be streaming and like an hour in, like a little sound alert will go off. You'll be like, oh,
exactly.
Guys, you know what time it is. You know what time it is. Here comes Tabor, and then you just do that every week.
I gotta use that chibi that Darren made for us. I gotta put that in the description too. I gotta link her.
I gotta find my leather jacket and do a cosplay for you,
dude. If you do like an actual like live version of that, I'll use it. As
I would love
ad
to
for like this if we do the podcast and if we do and like our little. I call them like mini podcasts because like they're not really like
a podcast.
Yeah, like we're kind of just really off the cuff on those. So for anybody who doesn't know, on YouTube, we do for every like fifth one in a set. So like coming up, it'll be for 35. When 35 drops, we'll be streaming on Twitch with a like little mini podcast where it's like me, Jake, some of the other voice actors, which is usually like Derpy at least. First time we had Zaff. Last time we just had Derpy, me, Jake. But it'll just be like us like chit chatting about it. You could come ask us questions and stuff. But we don't do it like this style. Like we don't really watch them. We just kind of talk about them. But we did kind of toy around with the idea of doing an actual podcast. We might do and try to get more of the voice actors on. I think the time that I stream is just bad for our other voice actors, so it's harder to get them on. But if we were to do a podcast, we'd literally like make sure they could be there for it.
Yeah.
Probably like pre-record.
Get scheduled stuff. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I thought of the perfect way to end a live action Tabor announcement.
Oh yeah?
Just holding the guitar the whole time, not playing it or anything, and then be like, oh, you want to hear me play something? All right, yeah. And then I'll do like a couple quick strums to make sure it's in tune. And because I actually don't know how to play guitar, I'm learning, I'll just be like, all right, let's see. And then I'll bring my hand up to go for a strum and then just end it right there.
Yeah, that's perfect. And I was like, we're going to get to that short too on this stream.
No, yeah. I had fun with that one. That one was
so good.
That was fun.
Sassy in the background. I say it every time. I really got to make some sound alerts from these. I really got it. I got to go through it. It's pretty good. I literally have 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 6 post-its in front of me with notes on them, and all 6 of them have that on it. FD sound alerts. It's literally written on every single post-it.
Just start putting them on your monitor.
I should, so they're in my way.
It's like, okay, yeah. It's like, all right, now I got to do this.
Where my health is in League of Legends. If I want to see my health
over your abilities.
Sound alerts.
If I want to know when my W's up, I better do the sound alerts.
I better do them.
Better do them.
All right. Anything else you want to mention about 24 before I move on here?
Guys, the secret to everything. No, I'm kidding. No, I think that's it. Unless you had any questions or anything else that you wanted to comment on.
If I think of any, we'll just bring you back to this.
What kind of fantasies? So you know the chicken, the vampire chicken Resident Evil Village, that kind of fantasy.
Oh man. You remember what it was like? That's part.
Do you remember what it was like in June? Because I do. Yes, I do.
Alright, well, thank you for coming on. Thank you for coming on. Voice of
Thanks for having me.
many fantasy distractions. And
Yes, sir.
writer of one so far.
Voice of many, writer of one.
Let me put your Twitter. In case people stumble across it.
You can find me at www.gamerville.com. Don't actually look for me there. I'm not there. I don't know.
You were injected into Pizza's D&D. Yeah, as a cat in a bag or something. I don't know. You're an NPC cat who's one of the player. Interesting.
Potentially.
Interesting.
Potentially.
I got him. I am inevitable. Alright, Jake.
I am the DM. I love you too, my man. Yep. I'm gonna watch your.
Until like 7
Yeah, we could. Yep.
Easy.
Yep. And then you're like, oh crap! I've got like 6 more fantasy distractions to listen to.
It's gonna be time for fantasy short number 9 to come out, and we're still gonna be sitting here talking.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have another one I have to do.
Yeah. If you need anything, just shoot me a message.
Alright, yeah.
Alright. Bye, chat.
Guys, make sure you go. I'm gonna take this thing out. Make sure you go follow Jake on Twitch. His links are always like all of his like social media links are in the description of any video that he voiced. They will be in the description of this one. I think they already are in the description of this one. Usually I update the description after I finish the stream. But if you go to any of the fantasy distractions, really, who's ever voicing, you can always find their information in the description of that video. So like if you want to follow them on social media, if you want to go like ask them questions about fantasy distractions on their stream, specifically like the ones that they voiced or whatever, because a lot of them don't know like as much as me and Jake, but you could go ask them questions about the ones that they recorded. You can find all that information in the description of the video. As Jake did as Tabor, which was incredible. Just to reiterate, as we're getting ready to go watch, we're going to be doing fantasy short number 3 next, which is kind of a sad one. Get out the tissues for this one, right? As we're getting close to like halfway through this set, just to reiterate, I would like to pay for a lot more things for this series. As far as, you know, giving back to the voice actors that are helping me, giving back to Jake himself, because Jake is really doing a lot for this project, and a lot of it he's doing for free, which isn't right, but you know, eventually I'll be able to pay him back, but I will be able to do so quicker if we get more people to sign up for the Patreon. Any direct donations I receive on the YouTube streams, and if you directly donate on Twitch and specifically say like use this towards fantasy distractions, any and all of that money is going right back into the project. So any help that we could get is appreciated. Again, you don't have to do it. I'm looking for other avenues and other ways to make money for the project, so don't feel inclined or feel the need to. But if you do want to help support and help us grow this project further, there are ways to do so in the description of this video. I put it in the description of all the videos. Anything you guys want to help out with for this project would be greatly appreciated. But like I said, not that being said, let's move on to Eden, which is the next fantasy short number 3. Make sure you go follow Jake, aka the Pizza King with 3 Z's, on Twitch and on his social medias. And show him a lot of love, because he's been doing a lot for the series. We're gonna hear him again, at least once in a fantasy short coming up. But yeah, he's been such a big help with this whole project that he really does deserve our love. So let's just make sure we give him that love. And let's get kind of depressed from this next fantasy short, because it's kind of depressing. And then we'll talk about it. I'll be back.
All my life I've been faced with challenges that push me in one direction or the other. To many, this might sound like life in general. Every day you're presented with a choice, or multiple choices that lead you down a given path. In my case, the consequences of my actions or choices are monumental. Since birth, I was destined to become a powerful mage on a scale that would allow me to level cities with a snap of my fingers. I didn't want this power. The idea of making people fear me instead of respecting me was not that appealing. I had to take the direction of my life into my own hands. Quite literally. I became a healer instead, and the rest is history here in Asgard. Instead of making enemies, I made friends. Instead of destroying civilizations, I helped build them. Instead of hurting others, I lifted them up. My life started in Asgard, but I soon journeyed far and wide to help those in need. Fenrir is full of people struggling to make ends meet, and I felt the need to help them. I could have used my gift for war, but I felt that I was put on Fenrir for a reason. I was given this power to save lives. On one particular journey to the melting pot that is Vesuva, I met a man. His name was Liam. We formed a special bond, and what I loved so dearly about him was that he was ordinary. Your typical everyday Fenin. There is a beauty in the simplicity of a normal life that I have never got to experience. Now I sit and write in a journal with a belly that swells with the baby we're expecting, and yet my heart is heavy. I do not have the strength to tell Liam what I fear to be the truth. I will not survive this pregnancy. My daughter is burdened with the same gifts. I can feel it. Though her powers are different from mine, there is a hunger for magic within her, the need to feast upon it. As it stands right now, I am her only food source. She drains me more and more with each day. As a healer, I've helped deliver some children. I've been around pregnant people before. On the surface, my symptoms appear to be natural with a child on the way, but deep down inside I can feel the difference. I will make it to the day she is born, and then my journey shall end. The day before, I will present Liam with this journal and provide as much information as I can on what I feel would be the best way to protect our child. I hope he listens to my words with an open mind. The road to her birth is a difficult one, but the tougher days are still ahead of him. He will have to face those days alone, make the tough decisions without me by his side. He will have to do the impossible, bring a powerful, beautiful, loving, caring child into this world, and give her away. We must protect her and keep her from learning what she is capable of. Life is full of choices, the inevitable challenges of simply existing in the world. None are harder than this one.
I started talking before I muted myself. I went from not adding any seconds to the end. I added like 30 seconds to that video for no reason. But I guess because it's kind of like a sad one, I wanted like the somber music to play. But yeah, so interesting little twist about our character Eden. She was the third fantasy distraction, which is why she is basically the character telling the story in the third fantasy short. That's kind of like how we've been doing it. So basically, like, she meets this guy Liam, who I believe I'm gonna write a story from his perspective coming up in the next set, of like how they met, him and Eden. Eden is this extremely powerful mage that we met in fantasy distraction number 3, who doesn't want to be like destructive, I guess, and doesn't want to like hurt people with her magic, or be like this magic wielder that could potentially harm people. So she decides to take her strong magical capabilities and become a healer instead. Then what happens is she gets pregnant, and the baby inherits some of her magical powers. But that baby like basically feasts on magical energy, and because she's like draining Eden, Eden's not going to survive the pregnancy. So you have this like super powerful mage that, you know, could have made a pretty big difference on Fenrir, And now she's passing that power on to her child in some capacity. We don't know exactly what capacity yet. But it could potentially be very dangerous, and it could be really hard for her husband and the daughter herself. So I think it's like a really interesting twist on what could have been like a really powerful character if used elsewhere. But she just kind of wants like this normal life. And she starts to get some of that, and then it's kind of like because of it taken away from her. And it's like, it's pretty deep and it's pretty sad. And Sassy did an awesome job making it pretty like sad. When I saw that, I thought there was something extra all the way that, yeah, I don't know why I added 30 seconds, but I usually try to add like 10 to 15 seconds just for the end screen and like a little extra music time. I don't know why I added 30 seconds. I think I've been adding too much. I think it happens more after this one, but I'll try to dial that back in the future ones. But I didn't realize I was adding that much. Big yikes. Alright. We'll keep things moving along now. Or at least try to. That was fantasy short number 3. So we're going into Dingvar territory. All right, so the next one is Dita, Knight of Obsidian, aka Dingvar.
Normally, I'm staying.
Hold on, Janine. So we wrote this one live on Twitch. Dita as a character is not meant to be a romantic character for Ingvar, but my chat convinced me that Dingvar was a thing, so let's just watch it and then we'll talk about it.
Normally, I'm stationed to welcome new recruits and get them acclimated, but today I spent most of my morning finalizing an agreement that will see our soldiers fed throughout the entirety of the war. Yesterday, I helped prepare towns on the outskirts of our half of Fenrir for housing children, their guardians, and the elderly who won't be able to take up arms. Tomorrow, I'll be participating in a meeting that could change the very foundation of our world. A meeting meant to discuss what comes next. What happens to all of us in the aftermath of this inevitable bloodshed? Now, I know what you're thinking. This girl must be from Onyx, where Kasai rules, but you would be mistaken. I'm from Obsidian, and like many others, I call Ingvar my king. If you compare the methods of the two rulers, then many would make assumptions that Kasai looks after his people more. Now, I can't speak for those living in Onyx, but I also think the level of care these two rulers have for their people is closer than you think. It would be naive of me not to agree that King Ingvar is a ruthless leader, and it would be blatantly obvious that I'm turning a blind eye if I didn't agree that his methods are violent. But many of us in his army believe he has Fenrir's best interest at heart. While Kasai campaigns to unite his land and get his people to follow him, King Ingvar takes a quicker approach. Obsidian is already more united than Onyx may ever be, and as the war draws closer and closer, it will become more apparent that one of these two is more prepared than the other. Now let me also clarify that I am no fighter. I too had my doubts in King Ingvar at first. I thought for sure he would not be interested in having a girl like me in his army, but I luckily caught King Ingvar during a time when he was starting to realize that he couldn't just fill his entire army with warriors. If he was truly going to win this war, then he needed new recruits, and he needed people with the skill set to welcome them to the army and prepare them for what comes next. All my life, I've lived in the territories now considered under the banner of Obsidian. Prior to being recruited to Ingvar's army, I was working in my parents' shop. My family owned a tailoring business for gods know how long, and as soon as I was able to help around the shop, I started to do so. As a little girl, I couldn't provide much help in the actual tailoring, so I spent most of my time entertaining customers with conversation. My mom was worried that I was annoying them, but they soon realized that talking to me had become a draw. We were given a recommendation to come here. Apparently the entertainment is top-notch. I recall a customer joking once, but there had been some truth to it. As years went by, my silver tongue had brought in everyone from knights to peasants, and it wasn't before long we found King Ingvar himself at our door. My family and I had no previous experience with King Ingvar during his conquest through Obsidian, but everything we had heard up until this point was negative. He would ravage and leave villages burning in his wake, disrespecting deities and forcing men and women alike to join his army or die. At this point, we feared the worst for what our town looked like on the outside, but if King Ingvar and his men had destroyed our town, we would have heard it. Something stayed his blade. That's when I noticed one of King Ingvar's men beyond the entrance of our shop, covered in bandages, his leather armor ruined from a previous battle. One of the king's men asked us for assistance in repairing some of their damaged armor. I went outside with my father to survey the damage done, and noticed the leather armor used by King Ingvar's knights were inferior to the quality we made in our shop. However, judging by where the bandages were covering the wounds, I wasn't sure even our armor would have protected this knight. My father, only interested in making money, was about to suggest King Ingvar's men used our services. When he went to speak, I interrupted him. Despite my fear of what may happen by sharing my opinion, I suggested that King Ingvar's men wear sturdier armor in the fights to come, though I did offer to make the straps for said armor. A deathly silence fell over the town, and I saw the concern on my father's face as King Ingvar himself walked up to me. I could feel that the knights who had spent so much time with the king were also fearful for my safety at that moment. "And you think you could do better?" His words and the way he said them are still etched in my mind, as is my response. "I know I can." I thought I would spend the rest of my days in one of King Ingvar's cells or be cut down right where I stood. But instead I got what I could only assume was a rare smile from the self-proclaimed God King. He insisted that his knights work with my family to improve their armor. Part of me wanted to suggest that King Ingvar himself get an armor upgrade, as he practically wasn't even wearing a shirt, but I felt I already overstepped my boundaries. The days that followed were not what I anticipated. My mother and father spent day and night working with the town's blacksmith to upgrade the armor of King Ingvar's men. I imagined I would be there with them every step of the way, but to my surprise, I spent most of my time with King Ingvar himself. I expected these talks to mostly consist of his past victories, but instead these conversations were ones I never expected to have with a man such as Ingvar. His concern for Obsidian and the overall future of Fenrir surprised me. Here I was expecting tales of conquest, yet he seemed more interested in what I had to say in relation to being a king. He was curious and full of questions, not of battle, but more so along the lines of fixing issues with Obsidian, how to approach his people better, and what could be done to help all of Fenrir, both the East and the West. It was this odd vulnerability that I imagine he didn't share with many others, but also made me feel like if I told anyone about these conversations, I would be dead. I would still be working in my parents' tailor shop if it wasn't for these conversations, not helping run an army destined to rule all of Fenrir. The way I spoke to him, and the way I helped his army, was enough to convince him that I would be a pivotal part of the future of his rule.
I guess I just started adding 30 seconds to everything. That's way too much. I'm going to try to cut it down to 15 in the future now that I'm mindful of it. Because, yeah, I put a lot of time on that one too. Anyway, so, hashtag Dingvar. Maybe we'll make some merch. I don't know. But Dingvar was never meant to be a thing. It just kind of evolved from that Twitch stream. It didn't really change the way I wrote the story too much. Dita was always kind of intended to be a character that Ingvar kind of like talks to, and in a way to kind of understand his people more. And this story is actually very, very important, as is she to the main story, like the overall story that we're telling. But this story specifically is very important because she is firsthand experiencing what a lot of people are going to start experiencing, that like Ingvar is kind of a ruthless king up until this moment where he's starting to realize like he does need to rely on some people that don't know how to fight to get things done, right? So Dita kind of becomes like this recruiter in his army who like brings in the new recruits and like sets them up and gets them ready to be into the integrated into the army. And she's almost like I guess like customer service in a way, like, you know, HR, I guess, for like Ingvar's army in a weird way. But she also is like someone that he confides in for a lot of information about his people and like how he should be like ruling them outside of just battle. Like obviously he knows how to fight and he knows where he's going to take things when the war starts. But as far as like actually ruling, he's going to need a lot of help, and he's starting to realize that he's going to need that help. And Dita's one of those people that like kind of shows him like, hey, like, you know, you need me, you need my family's business, you need the businesses of our town. And like, if you're gonna actually win this war and actually potentially rule Fenrir, like, you need to start relying on your people more and not just your warriors. And he's starting to realize that, and Dita's like a big part of kind of showing him that and getting him on the right track with all of that. So she's a very important character for more reasons than just that, but we're going to get to that in other stories. But yeah, she was never meant to be a love interest, but you know, we'll see. We'll see, chat. See if you get your way. I feel like you've already gotten your way, but all right, we are going into fantasy short number 4. We got 10 more videos to go through. I don't really want these streams to be super long. Let me see how long the other one. Wait, I think why is the live thing like in a weird spot? Videos. Like it's showing after fantasy distraction number 10. Kind of weird. The other two, well, one of them was almost 4 hours, and one of them was about 3 hours. I don't know if there's a way to check how long. I don't know, but if we started at 11:30, we're getting close to about 3 hours. That's not too bad. All right, let's just hop into the next one, right? We are going to listen to all of them. I am going to talk about all of them. So let's keep rolling.
I remember.
Hold on, Jake. I don't like that it's auto-playing when I swap. All right, let's do it.
I remember the cold dampness of a pitch-black cell. My arms dangling from the chains. The sound of Lord Unden's voice. I had fought his battles for him, and in his eyes, I failed. Something happened days prior in that fight on the mountain. Something happened when I wielded Rednefed. They say the world changed that fateful day, and the people of Fenrir would never be the same. I, too, had my own metamorphosis. Whether it was the katana, the mountain, or some supernatural forces at play, I knew the moment I returned from that mountain that my life would never be the same. It isn't Lord Unden's fault. I don't blame him. It isn't the people of Onyx's fault. They needed someone to lead them to glory. There is only one man to blame for any misfortune that befalls me. While different in many ways, it's hard not to feel that under different circumstances, he and I would stand as brothers. The world is different now. Since that day, there is no denying it. King Ingvar and I have made that so, intentional or not. The war is on the horizon. Onyx against Obsidian, the fate of Fenrir in the balance. The ability to mold the future of this world is the prize. In the eyes of many, it will be a series of events with meaningless bloodshed. That's where Fenins are wrong. There is meaning. There is so much meaning. Each battle we win against Obsidian is a step toward a brighter future on Fenrir. Each drop of blood shed by our katanas fertilizes the soil of a new, glorious utopia. I didn't ask for this title. It was given to me. The people of Unden, no, the people of Onyx required someone who could stand against a tyrant. King Ingvar had to conquer his own land before he can rule it. He has to crush his own people under his heavy boot before they will respect him. That is no way to lead. He should be embarrassed that it has come to that. King Wellick revered him as a god of battle, but clearly the people he's meant to rule now couldn't see that. A mistake made by his people, sadly. While I don't approve of his methods and I'm less inclined to believe he is divine, there is no denying my adversary's power and destructive capabilities. The rumors of King Ingvar are true, and he is what you would expect from the stories you have heard of him. A monster of a man, the definition of a brute, and a major threat to Fenrir's well-being. He is skilled in combat, perhaps even more so than I am. But what I lack in brute strength and combat prowess, I make up with strategic decisions and discipline. With Rednefed by my side, I will cast Obsidian's monster into the darkness where he belongs. I will unite Fenrir in a way that has not been seen since the 4 gods and goddesses roamed among us. The war between Onyx and Obsidian will be brutal. It will test the limits of this planet the same way the battle on top of Mount Shire did. When the smoke and dust settles, Onyx will be left standing to build Fenrir anew.
I actually was thinking so much about the Tabor one, I forgot about that one. That one is like how me and Jake were talking about, like when we write them and then we like send them out and then they're recorded and sent back to us. And then we listen to the recording with the writing and we're like, dang, this is like way better than I thought it would be. That one is like one that I recently like, I wrote it so fast because especially the shorts are only like a page. Anywhere from like a page to a page and a paragraph long. And I think that one's like a page and a paragraph. And I remember I wrote it super fast and then sent it to Jake, and like his performance of Lord Kazai in that short is so incredible. But like I didn't realize that the writing was pretty good too, but like Jake gave it like this whole new life, obviously. But I was really proud of that one when I heard it put together. And I really, really like the way it came out. It kind of shows like we're seeing other sides of Ingvar and Kazai that are making them similar in many ways and still different in many ways. So like this one shows us more of like this very like serious Kazai that's, you know, he wants to defeat Ingvar. Like they have this like legit rivalry. Like he literally considers everything bad that has happened to him up until this point Ingvar's fault. So like he wants to stop Ingvar by any means necessary. And at the same time he's this like honorable ruler who's seen in a very respectful way by his people. But you know, like you kind of get this feeling that Kazai is willing to go to some lengths that he might not have gone to before just to stop Ingvar. And like the way the story is read by Jake is like showing you that like he is ready to go to war. Like he is ready to fight Ingvar to the death again. So I think it's just a very interesting little take on Kazai, because up to this point he's been revered as like this honorable ruler, and now he's kind of showing us like he might have what it takes to go toe to toe with Ingvar yet again, and possibly defeat him in this war. And we're gonna see what he's willing to go to and do to make sure that he comes out on top at the end of the actual. So it's interesting to see like you're seeing that softer side of Ingvar in the Dita story, and you're starting to see that more like ruthless side of Kazai as we get closer to wartime, and I think that's really fun. These stories. All right, we got the King of Ilford coming up next, which is Fantasy Distraction number 26. All right, let's do it.
I remember.
One is read by our good friend Zaff. Listen to it. Talk about it. I stopped switching scenes ahead of schedule. Alright, here we go.
I remember when L4 was an honorable kingdom. Long before the battle on Mount Shire, the king of L4, King Shaw, was already feeling disregarded by the kings of the north. He knew that King Wellick and King Undin's days were numbered, but his own were far from over. A new generation was coming, and he would be the victim of circumstances beyond his control. The war between Lord Kazai and King Invar seemingly caused King Shaw to forget the peace this kingdom has been known for, pushing for a place in this war that we did not have the strength for. This kingdom was peaceful for a time. Illifor wasn't just striving to be a great kingdom, it was a great kingdom. It was the perfect example of everything Obsidian and Onyx were trying to become. It wasn't as large as either of those territories, but that allowed it to become the prestigious place it was. I, like many others, wanted to be a part of that purpose greater than my own. I joined up so I could help those in need, and I knew that Ilfor was responsible for helping many towns around it. When I first became a knight, the kingdom of Ilfor worshipped a goddess who, since then, has gone missing. This kingdom was prosperous with her guidance, but almost out of nowhere, King Shaw felt as if her assistance wasn't needed and turned her back on her. This wasn't the first instance of King Shaw acting erratically. He became obsessed with negative ideas and thoughts. This brewing of the mind that there were problems breaking out all over the kingdom. His desire to solve these problems was at the root of each individual issue. He thought his people would prefer Obsidian and Onyx over Ilfor if they continued to prosper. He felt the goddess would expect more than piety in return. When he would address us, there was an uneasy feeling that he didn't trust us. Yet he spoke to us like we were the greatest army in the world. And many of us bought into his lie. Now I feel nothing but shame and despair. Almor was a peaceful town. They stood no chance against our well-trained army. We crushed them and enslaved them. Enslaving an entire city isn't exactly what I signed up for. The worst part of the whole situation is that once we left Elmore, we never went back. He left it abandoned and ruined. But I could never wash away the blood on my hands. Some of us couldn't figure out why he would just abandon an entire village that we could use as a stronghold if King Ingvar and Lord Kazai decided to travel farther south. From a rulership standpoint, it seemed like a lapse in judgment. An act that would only serve to scar his own knights and tarnish his own name. How could the people who survived the assault on Elmore ever forgive us? I wonder every night if any of the citizens there escaped and didn't get shipped and enslaved to Sababia. I wonder if one night we'll pay one of us a visit and enact revenge. Then there's the idea of burning bridges. Quite literally in this case. I'm still not sure how we managed to subdue the woman they call Natalie, but if you've never heard of her, she's basically imbued with the power of the sun. If anyone is going to survive what is in store for the people of Elmore in Sabia, it's her. And if she finds her way back to our continent, she will surely stop at nothing to leave Ilfor in ashes. I'm not sure I still want to be here in Ilfor if that day ever comes. To be honest, I think a lot of the knights here are losing faith in King Shaw. Now that we no longer have the support of our goddess, I think the citizens of Ilfor are also losing faith. If King Shaw doesn't gain back the trust of his knights or his people soon, then it will be too easy for the winner of the battle in the north to take over. If he wants to be ready for them, then we need to get stronger. Not circle back, but taking over Elmore and actually using it would be a good start. Now I sound ruthless as the king. But if we're talking about strategy, then taking over the entire south, well, King Ingvar and Lord Kaze duke it out would be the smarter approach. Unfortunately, for King Shaw, that would include the Deadlands, and without the help of her goddess, there is no way we're making it past the bog, let alone deep enough to take control of it. The witch goddess Aradia rules there, and we would be no match for her. I don't care how well-trained our army is. Then again, I wonder if King Shaw has already made a deal with Aradia. The sudden shift in personality from insightful ruler to monstrous tyrant would at least make some sense if that were the case. Well, the rest of the gods seem to have vanished, so maybe the Deadlands are empty and we can just waltz right in there and take it. Despite my fear, that's for King Shaw to decide, I suppose. And for me to wait for him and make that decision. I don't know if I'll find my way out of this mess. I may could take up arms like I did against Elmore, only this time it would be against Aradia. And much like everyone else that goes into the bog, I might not make it back home. It's funny to even think of Vilfor as my home anymore. The king, his people, and everything around me has changed so much recently. If only King Shaw were to send us into the Deadlands to fight Aradia. I do make it out alive. I am just as afraid of what I will find when I get back.
Of these videos, as I forget to unmute myself again. I really did add a lot to the end of some of these videos, but that's okay. So the Ilfar storyline is very interesting, and I think we're going to explore it a lot more. I just don't know how soon we're going to explore it a lot more. We're going to like do bits and pieces here and there, like we've been doing, but this part of my hair drives me crazy. Yeah, we're gonna explore more, but it's gonna be like another like slow burn kind of thing. Because once we get like heavy into the wartime stuff, I don't think we're gonna go back to O4 that often. It'll still be like mentioned a lot and referenced. We do have one more O4 story coming up in the next set or the set after. So we will go back to L4 one more time before this block is over. But outside of that, I don't think we're going to touch on like L4 itself too much, but we will like mention it quite a bit. But yeah, I think we touched on enough of it here to kind of like set things in motion that are happening in L4. Zaff did a really good job with this reading. We came up with the idea for this one too on Twitch, me and Jake and chat. The idea for this one was like a soldier who is part of L4, but he's not really happy with the way they're handling things. Yeah, me and my mic are not getting along. I've been smoother on the other recap streams, I think. I don't know. I was about as usual. I mean, Monster Word knows when I go live, there's always a problem. But I went to go live, and a lot of my stuff and my settings that I had from the last time, because it's been 10 weeks since we streamed on YouTube. A lot of my settings and stuff were not the same as they were before, so I had to like kind of scramble to fix that before going live. So wouldn't be my stream without a bunch of problems. But we're going to touch more on IL4 a little bit more after FD number 27. We have a Eliana short in between that we're going to listen to now. That is a nice little fun one. Some more Eliana action. Janine reading, of course. So we're going to listen to that real quick. Then we'll do FD 27. And then we'll get back to the IL4 stuff a little bit. Because 27 and 26 are kind of like... they kind of go together a little bit. Like things that are referenced in 26 are kind of brought up in 27. And 27 doesn't necessarily continue it, but it kind of explains a little bit of the behind the scenes. Yeah, it's true. It's definitely true that my streams typically are a mess. Why would this one be any different, you know? All right, cool. Here we go. We're going to listen to Fantasy Short number 5. It's another Eliana story told by Dean. And then we talk about it briefly and then go on to FD number 27.
Unique. That's the word I would use to describe the woman I met on my way to the docks today. I strayed from my usual path here in Vesuva and stopped at the markets. I hadn't been there in some time since typically nothing special happens there, but today I'm glad I went that route. People think I'm some type of celebrity here in Vesuva, but I don't deserve their praise. Definitely not as much as someone like the poet I met. Long black hair and these markings on her arm that look like tattoos, but she described them as magical runes. I found out she just came to Vesuva after traveling with some pirates to trade goods in the kingdom of Sabia. On top of all that, she carries around a notebook with her where she writes down her poems. I would have never guessed she's a poet, but now that I think about it, she does rhyme a lot, even when she's just talking in conversation. Her life sounds so much more exciting than mine. People here think I have it all, but I'm longing for so much more. On a daily basis, I spend my time making clothes and selling them when I feel like I need the money. Occasionally, if I meet a man worth spending time with, I'll go on a date, but it often ends poorly. I think this reputation I have of being some sought-after beauty comes with a lot of issues. The expectations are too high on both ends, and a lot of these guys just want to get married right away. Meanwhile, I'm over here just wanting to go traveling or go on an adventure. The idea of settling down and having children when I'm so young is just not as appealing to me as seeing what else is out there. And I don't just mean here on Fenrir. Even before I met the poet, I always wanted to see what else was beyond the Fen Seas. Just about everyone knows about the kingdom of Sabia, but what is it really like there? It's mostly desert, so it must be hot, but what are the people like? The food? The animals? It's a kingdom, so what are the king and queen like? I've also talked to a few people in the taverns around here who have traveled in from other continents, and they also talk about the north. Fenins call it Esla, and it sounds like it's the complete opposite of Sabia. Snowy climates mostly, and a lot of big mountains. I like to think there are a lot of bears. It just sounds like a place that would have a ton of bears, right? Has to be bears. And oh, probably dragons. Big mountains have to have big dragons. But I'm not sure dragons would like the cold. I'm not really sure. I've never seen one, but I really want to. Maybe I'm thinking too far out of the box. Fenrir has a lot going on for it here, too. All people talk about is the battle that shook the world between King Ingvar and Lord Kasai. It single-handedly put us on the brink of war. Those two are practically gods living among us. The aftermath of something that monumental left room for plenty of adventure. That's it. I made up my mind. Today, I'm going to leave Vesuva. This beauty is destined to embark on a journey all on her own. Look out, Fenrir! Here I come!
I forgot how much I love that one. That one's so good. Janine absolutely killed it on this one. Like, this is one where like I was pretty confident in the writing. But Janine just took it to the next level. I mentioned it a million times on streams and everywhere that I love Janine's accent, and it's just so perfect for this one. I just like it so much. I definitely like the fact that she's kind of like what like Eliana as a character, not Janine, although Janine is great. But Eliana is like how I would imagine us in a fantasy world, or like what we expect from fantasy TV shows and like series and games and things like that. Like that like excitement. It's almost like a childlike excitement for like what we want and what we think is going to be in these things. That's why like I love her like wanting to go on adventures and see what else is out there. And her being like, they gotta have bears. There's gotta be bears out there. And tall mountains have to have dragons, I just love that idea of it. And Janine's delivery on everything in this one is like perfect. But I really, really enjoy her whole like just the way she views life and what she's expecting versus what she actually gets, which we know from her first fantasy distraction. Obviously, this one takes place before that one. But yeah, I just thought it was kind of nice to just see her like and reintroduce Juvenile from fantasy distraction number 19 as well. As like a side guy, like she meets this woman who's like poet, and we know she ends up traveling with Charlemagne. So, and we know Eliana interacts with Charlemagne as well. So, it's just interesting to see these little characters passing each other that we've technically already seen pass each other before. I just think it's a really interesting little twist. And then on top of that, Eliana is like this fabled beauty of her own that is like, this sought after prize on a more like realistic level, right? Like we all want to find somebody that is like the perfect person for us. And Eliana is basically like seen as that by just about everybody in Vesuva. And on Fenrir, like tales of her beauty literally traveled throughout Fenrir. So like she is like considered this perfect woman in like a more realistic way, whereas all she wants is like the perfect fantasy or the perfect adventure or something just to like spice up her life, So it's like it's really interesting dynamic with that character, and I definitely want to explore her more and tie it in more to like the other happenings on Fenrir, and we're definitely going to explore it more. I don't really know how soon. Probably a couple of stories in the next block, even though it'll be wartime. But we're still going to have stories that are not directly connected to the war, but are still relevant to Fenrir. Because a lot of these stories are happening during wartime anyway, and a lot of these stories are aware of the war, even if they're not directly connected to the war. So we'll definitely explore more of that. This short came out really. I'm really happy with that one. All right, next up is Tasfia the Wicked, another innocent reading here. Hop right in.
Hush. Hush. Sit down.
That scared me because I forgot that it kept running. I was like, who is talking to me? All right, it was Innocent. Hello, Innocent. You're not actually here, but you're here. Fantasy distraction.
Hush. Hush. Sit down. Sit down, class. Today's lesson is about Tasfia the Wicked. She wasn't always known as Wicked, and it's important to understand where she came from to know why she ended up a servant of the witch goddess. In the beginning of Fenrir's history, there were 2 gods and 2 goddesses, the wolf, the elf, the mermaid, and the witch. We've touched on them in lessons before, but we're going to just focus on Jakari and Morska, the elf and the mermaid, as you're already aware. Jakari was a proud god, but also conceited. His ego was the biggest of the 4, and despite being given the gift of creation, he didn't choose to make more elves. Instead, he made Fenins, the world's humans. It was very important to Jakari that he was the only elf. He felt this uniqueness would make him more appealing to the Fenins. While Jakari created more people that would populate Fenrir's lands, Muska gave birth to the life around it. Mostly aquatic creatures and plants. These details you should already know, but now we will discuss the time before they vanished. Minus Aradia, who was the most mysterious of the four, Jakari, Marska, and Enror were living in the era of peace. Details on Aridia's intentions in this time were scarce. Actually, information about Aridia in general is typically hard to come by, because even we're hesitant to go into the Deadlands. Enror often kept his distance from the other gods, and thus stayed primarily on the western half of Fenrir. He was a god of war and battle, and a peaceful time left him with not much to do. In contrast, a peaceful time was a perfect opportunity for Jakari and Morska to thrive. This led to the two of them spending more time together, as events on Fenrir were often linked to both of them at the same time. Their worshippers grew in droves, and many Fenins considered them the reason for such a joyous time on Fenrir. It was also during this time that Jakari and Muska fell in love. I'll spare you the intimate details, but the product of this love was Tasfia. Tasfia had qualities from both her godly parents, the elf ears of her father and the greenish-blue skin of her mother, the charm of the elf god and the ability to command the seas like the mermaid goddess. This made her a much-loved goddess, as well as one that could help a land prosper. However, even though Fenrir was thriving, life was not peaceful nor perfect for Tasfia from the moment she was born. Her selfish father resented the fact that she was born with ears akin to him, thus making him the only elf on Fenrir no longer. Despite how ridiculous that may sound, it immediately put a rift between Jakari and Morska, and the mermaid goddess was forced to raise Tasfia primarily on her own. As Tasfia got older, interactions with Jakari were often quick and rather awkward for Tasfia. After a while, she stopped trying to get to know him. This didn't really make much of a difference in her life until the vanishing of the gods and goddesses we mentioned earlier began to take place. Morska was the first to disappear, and Tasfia had been helping Morska fulfill her godly duties. When it became known that Morska was missing, Jakari made his way into the territories that worshipped Morska and took her place. This made it difficult for Tasfia to find her place now that her mother was missing. Unsure of what to do next and without her father to turn to, Tasfia made her way south to seek answers. It was then that she found herself in the kingdom of Ilfor. Before King Shah, there were many kings who ruled in Ilfor. The one ruling during this time was King Gavin. The kingdom of Ilfor had been struggling long before Gavin's reign, and he was finding it hard to bring Ilfor to a prosperous state. Then, one day, Tasfia entered Ilfor under a guise made of mist, another ability passed on from her mother, pretending to be a simple traveler. She wanted to assess the situation for herself and make sure her father had no influence in Ilfor. Gavin was a man of the people, so Tasfia had a direct interaction with the king in which she explained to him that she was there seeking shelter, but understood if none was available with Ilfor in such a dire state. King Gavin then offered her shelter without hesitation, offering lodgings within his own castle if need be. This was a generosity that King Gavin was known for, but the kind that Tasfia had little experience with. The gesture gave Tasfia a bit of hope for the future of Fenrir. The following day, Tasfia revealed her true self to the king and explained to him that if Ilfor chose to worship her, that she would give them the prosperity they needed. In desperation, King Gavin agreed, Though the way they decided to go about it was slow and steady. Tasfia would begin making preparations to make Ilfor more profitable and successful using the gifts of creation passed from her parents. King Gavin would not directly state that it was Tasfia's doing for some time, but eventually he would let it be known, and the praise of the new goddess in Ilfor began to stir among Fenrir. The fate of the gods and goddesses that had gone missing would not skip over poor Tasfia, but it would be much longer before she would go missing. Once King Shah was the ruler of Ilfor, things began to change, and the inevitable war of the north put King Shah in a state of panic. Tasfia did her job for Ilfor well, and they became less reliant on her as time passed. They kept her close in the event of something bad happening, but as King Shah became more and more paranoid, he started to blame Tasfia for some of their shortcomings. As his concerns grew and the paranoia consumed him, he made it law that people could no longer worship Tasfia in Ilfor. The sudden betrayal devastated Tasfia and reminded her of her not-so-pleasant beginnings and the cruelty of her own father. Tasfia left Ilfor and headed west to some uninhabited lands near the coast. She grew more and more distant from Fennins, and the loneliness took its toll on her. The more time she spent with her own thoughts, the more despair and anger crept in. The kindness of King Gavin was a distant memory, and a newfound hatred for all Fennins. This left Tasfia with only one solution: a place on Fenrir that no Fennin would voluntarily go: the Deadlands. Assuming, since the other gods and goddesses were gone from Fenrir, that Aradia too must be gone. Tasfia made her way into the bog. It didn't take long for adventurers and mercenaries alike to tell tales of a monster seen in the distance on the outskirts of the bog. The silhouette of the monster that they saw through the fog had pointed ears of an elf. There were rare moments when it would be seen on the land just before the bog, and its skin was a greenish-blue color. And rumors say that on those rare moments when it would venture out, some foolish Fennins would try to interact with the creature. We've discussed in class before that the lining of the bog is covered in bones, and bones can be seen floating in the bog itself. Many believe those bones belong to the unfortunate enough to catch Tasfia the Wicked on one of those visits to the mainland.
All right, a little bit of a longer one, but a really good one. Innocent did an amazing job with that. That, I think, is the last one that we kind of had some influence from Twitch chat on. Because I don't remember who it was. I want to say it was Sarah mentioned like possibly doing a story with the character like teaching a class. And we went that route with like, this is one of the record keepers that reports to the godlike being that made the planet. And she's teaching a class to other record keepers, telling them the story of Tasfia. Now, Tasfia was like, I do a lot of research for stuff like this just to get ideas. Not that I really run out of ideas for this, but like just to give me more ideas to just like kind of work into the stories and stuff. And I was doing a lot of research on like Norse gods and like Greek gods and all the different like mythology and stuff. And I noticed that like all of the gods have kids, like a lot of kids. And their kids are usually tied into like a lot of what's happening. So I was like, I have these 4 gods and goddesses. They should probably have some kids. So Tasfia is kind of like the product of that. And I really like the idea of her like trying to find her own way. She kind of finds her own way, and then people turn on her, and she kind of goes to the dark side a little bit. And then Aradia's like, hey, you're evil now. Why don't you come over to the Deadlands? So we're going to explore more of her story and her connection to Ilfor. Excuse me. Which is why I kind of wanted to like watch this one as well before we talked a little bit more about Ilfor. The two stories are very heavily connected, right? So we get the King Shaw's side of things. We understand that he's paranoid. He's kind of like freaking out about this war that's going to happen in the north. He's doing some very like weird, questionable things, some pretty horrible things, like what he does to the people of Elmore. And it's mentioned in that story that they did have like a god or goddess that was helping them. And it's kind of assumed in that story that it's probably Morska, but it's actually Tasfia. So we find out in this story that it was Tasfia that goes to them after Morska and Jakari go missing. And she just kind of like goes to them and is like, hey, if you worship me, I will make your kingdom profitable. And Ilfor starts worshiping her. She makes them very profitable, but she almost does her job too well to the point where they don't really need her anymore. And once King Shaw is kind of losing it, he's basically like, what do we need you for? And all of Ilfor kind of turns on her, and they stop worshiping her. And it makes her feel pretty terrible. And of course, people go to people, and people are the worst. So she kind of develops this like hatred for Fennons in general. So it's interesting to see her story arc kind of like develop and transform. And the more we explore the Deadlands in general, her name will come up a lot more, because she is kind of like this monster that you could see from outside the Deadlands, sometimes like her silhouette of like this evil elf-like creature within the mist that kind of blocks the bog. So as we go deeper into the Deadlands, she'll be more relevant. But we're kind of just planting this for now. But that story is really great. Innocent absolutely did an amazing job as always. Oh, we're on the Tabor short now. Tabor time. We got 1, 2, 3. We got 6 more stories. 3 more shorts, 3 more fantasy distractions. Yeah, get to it. Also, if you haven't noticed, a lot of these shorts I reused the music from the original Fantasy Distraction. So like Kazai's story, that's the same music that plays in the background of the Kazai story. Tabor short, the strumming, there's a strumming in this that signifies when he time travels. That's from the original song that we used in Tabor Fantasy Distraction. So it's all connected. Sometimes I use a completely different song though. Don't always go by that, but most of the time it's going to be some, or no song at all. Some of the fantasy shorts are going to have nothing. Here we
go. Hey there, Wanderer. I didn't see you there. You probably came for tonight's set, didn't you? Rock on, brother. Just know that my performances are unlike anything you've ever experienced before. You like big lights? I got bigger. Loud instruments? I got the loudest. Do I have the smoothest, sexiest voice in any timeline? You're damn right. How do I know that to be true? Well, let me tell you a little secret. Whoa, hey there, friend. Big guy like you should be more careful. You never know who you might bump into. It might be the wrong person that you don't want to mess with. I'm just playing, friend. You're probably here for tonight's performance. I guarantee it will knock your socks off. Maybe knock your pants off, too. Depends on how good it goes. Did I make it weird? I think I made it weird. I always do this. Anyway, rock on. See you tonight. Hey, dude, long time no see. Like, really long time. How's the wife, the kids, the fam? You still working down at the place? You know, doing the thing? My man. Anyway, here's some free tickets to my show tonight. You don't want to miss this one. It's gonna be my biggest, baddest one yet. It will change your life, I promise. You look a little skeptical. No sweat, homie. Take a few more tickets. Bring everybody you want. Catch you later. Wait. I think I made a wrong turn. It's dark and cold and very high up. I don't think I want to be here. This isn't any of the planets I'm used to. Way too many powerful people around for my liking. Peace. Oh, that was a close one. I wonder who else went there with me for that one. They're in for a rude awakening. I have to make sure I don't end up going back there. Not that I had much control over it. Maybe I should have stayed. That one would have been a fun challenge. I always find a way to fit in, even if the situation isn't the greatest. Let's see. Where are we now? Hey, how does this thing even work? You want me to record something for your friend, right? Tuck into this? Got it. Hey! What's his name again?
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey! It's me, Tabor. I heard you're a huge fan. I'm guessing you haven't been to one of my shows yet, but we'll try and make it happen in the future. Trust me, seeing me live will change your life.
You're being ridiculous.
Anyway, I hope life treats you well and you get everything you've ever desired. What? Too much? Come on, I gotta at least hit him with the catchphrase. Anyway, man, rock on.
Sorry, the Tabor, the song we used for the background of Tabor is like one of my favorite ones that we found on Epidemic Sounds, so I love that one. I think that's why I added a little more time to that one, just to hear that song more. Not a whole lot to be said about this one, just more Tabor time-traveling shenanigans. Jake being amazing as Tabor. The chibi art was done by Zaraneska on Twitch, a really good friend. She did a lot of the artwork for me when I was traveling to conventions that I would actually sell at the conventions. She also does our emotes on Twitch. She is just amazing artist. She does a lot of Kingdom Hearts stuff. She does a lot of like cute little like chains and keychains and stuff. You should definitely check her out on social media, and definitely drop by her Twitch chat when you get or her Twitch channel, I should say. When you get a chance. She's awesome. I've been getting stuff commissioned from her for like 2, maybe 3 years now. She's such a pleasure to work with and just really, really awesome artist. And definitely check her out. She's amazing. First time I heard it, I was confused. I thought I somehow replayed the video. Oh yeah, because of the strumming. You time traveled. You thought you time traveled. That means Tabor's working his magic. That's actually pretty funny. Like, I didn't even think of it that way. It's like the video starting over. Pretty funny. Dang, am I low-key a genius? Alright. But yeah, not too much like deep thought going into this video. We just really like the Tabor character. It's funny. He's one of the first like characters I thought up for this fantasy distraction stuff. I just thought it would be really funny to have a time traveling bard that every time you listen to him, he like accidentally pulls people with him through time. And this one was just like, it's a recurring theme, me getting confused. Yeah, so like him just going through time and like messing with people is just kind of hilarious. He's kind of gonna become like a bit of a mascot for fantasy distractions, but I'm not sure he'll ever actually be tied into anything too serious. There's a little bit of a hint of him like appearing on the top of Mount Shair while Ingvar and Kazai are fighting, in that short. So He was there, maybe. The world may never know. Actually, they'll know when I decide to confirm or deny. Alright, so this next one is the one that is a collab between Janine and Sassy. We're gonna do the video and then I'll talk a little bit about that. But let's listen to it. This one came out pretty awesome.
Memories. They can be good or they can be bad. I often don't know what to think of mine. Sometimes they don't feel real. I experience memories as fragments, scattered pieces that drift within my mind and need help being molded together. I have a partner that has been with me since day one, as far as I know, who helps me put the pieces together. Her name is Kasha, and she is a demon. Being friends with a demon would normally be odd, but not when you're a demon yourself. Kasha and I came from the underworld. The journey we went on to get out is still a bit hazy, even for Kasha, who doesn't lose her memories like I do. In moments like these, where I feel like I can recall my past more easily, I can still feel the atmosphere of that place. There is a sense of overwhelming heat at all times, but your body felt cold to the touch. You would shiver and shake as you watched fire dance around you. For people like me and Kasha, you would be in constant fear of torture and being mistreated. We longed to get out. As I said, it's hard for either of us to remember all of the details, but opportunity presented itself and we escaped. Surprisingly, despite this demonic presence on Fenrir, no one has come looking for us. I guess we're so irrelevant down there that no one thought to look. Never-ending abuse meant to last an eternity, and yet those who used us as punching bags didn't notice we were missing? I fear one day they will, and they'll come for us. When that day comes, we need to be ready. We need to be stronger. Kasha and I are different from your average demons. I'm not sure if this was intentional or not, but given the chance to grow and survive, we have a potential to become strong. Really strong. Each time I face an adversary stronger than me, I grow in strength, whether I win or lose. While Kasha becomes stronger the more and more she comes in contact with the souls of the people I defeat. Together, we will endlessly grow more powerful until there is no opponent that can defeat us. So how did two demons like us become friends? Well, in the rare instances we weren't being tortured in the underworld, we formed a close bond. Kasha was a skeleton, constantly forced to put herself back together, and I was her pet.
Okay. Good, you're awake. No, don't say a word yet. Let me do the talking. I assume you don't recall our agreement, since this seems to happen every time you die.
I died?
It's been happening on and off since we escaped from the underworld. We have a special arrangement, you and I. I don't know what God made us, but I know we're not like most on Fenrir. I'm sure you've noticed your cattail swaying through the opening of the chair you're on, and those annoyingly cute cat ears on your head. I'm also sure by now you noticed something wrong with my arm. It's decaying, as will the rest of me if you don't hold up your end of the bargain. I mentioned our arrangement. It's simple, really. I'm the most skilled hunter on Fenrir, and you are a skilled fighter. Obviously, you're not the strongest, since this isn't the first time you've died, but we're working on that. You see, every time you die to someone stronger than you, you absorb some of their power and become stronger.
I think I'm starting to remember. You're Kasha. We're demons.
Right, you're remembering faster than normal. What else do you remember?
When we left the underworld, we didn't look like this. I was more feline, and you were more bones. Then we evolved.
And fight after fight, things changed. Every opponent you defeat, I grow stronger by absorbing their life force. An essence of their soul becomes a part of me. However, every time you fight an opponent stronger than you and lose, you sap some of their power and become stronger. So the next time you run into them, you will most likely beat them.
Who was my opponent? Some things are still foggy.
It's a bit complicated this time. Your target was a girl who can absorb the magic around her and use it as she pleased. However, I'm not sure she fully understood her power.
She caught us by surprise?
No, sadly, she wasn't the surprising part. She was traveling with a mercenary named Jack. He's the one that put you down this time. I couldn't track him or sense him for some reason, so I had no idea he was going to be there.
Then it's him we have to find first, before we go after the girl again. Have you been able to get any information on Jack while I was out?
A bit. Luckily, we found this place to hide your body when you were down, so it gave me time to do some snooping. Jack is closer to us, more specifically me, than I expected. He spent his last few years in the Deadlands as one of Aradia's puppets. It's almost as if he's both human and demon.
So what you're saying is, it won't be easy to kill him.
Afraid not. But we have the most important advantage. Time. We can try and try again until we get him.
He doesn't stand a chance.
Akei and I are not your traditional demons. What people would consider evil about us, we consider survival. This world gave us nothing in life, and even less in death, and we do what we do to experience tomorrow in a way that isn't constant pain and disappointment. The irony in all of that is that it makes us sound more human. Akei wants to evolve, to survive, and to grow stronger. I just want to hold on to what little humanity I can cling to. It sounds silly, and even Akei laughs at me when I talk about it, but the strange phenomenon I am capable of producing is what drives me to keep pushing forward. In the underworld, I was a skeleton, bones dragging on the unforgiven terrain beneath my feet, my cat companion beside me as I tried to find a way out of this never-ending hell. When we got to the surface, we enjoyed the fresh air for a moment before a group of Fenans found us. They immediately thought we were monsters and wanted us killed. They broke me apart. But Akei would not stand there and let us be cast aside any longer. She slaughtered them. As she put me back together, I could feel the souls of her victims lingering. I could feel myself feasting upon them, and with each taste, a part of my humanity returned. Thanks to her, I am flesh again, not just bones. I can feel, I can breathe, I have hair! I can enjoy food or a treat and feel full. I can feel things in general that I couldn't remember feeling for the longest. With Akei by my side, I can live again. However, there is a bit of upkeep involved in our survival. When Akei loses and dies, I have to forfeit some of that life to bring her back. Even if she doesn't die, I deteriorate over time, so to sustain my humanity, I must continue to feast. Akei needs to fight to grow stronger, and I need sacrifices to remain human. We are a perfect match, because neither of us feels guilty about what we have to do to survive. That's why I became a hunter. I track down the targets for Akei, and I help her get stronger. Sometimes it requires a bit of sacrifices from me, but it's worth it to get those souls. You'd think one of us would feel bad for these people sometimes, but it's hard when you've been treated like dirt your entire existence. A thought process like that makes us dangerous. It makes us the villains in the eyes of many here on Fenrir. It makes us trouble for those considered to be good. Akei and I see it differently. These feelings, these thoughts, this need to live and survive, all of these things just make us human.
Alright, this story developed over quite some time, and gave me a lot of trouble when, not necessarily writing it, but like developing it, I guess you would say. I honestly had thought about pushing the story back multiple times, and at one point I think I did remove it from my outline and push it to a different date before moving it back once I figured things out. The main issue was that I had the original idea based on like a demon, like a yokai demon of a cat that grows stronger the longer it's alive. I don't remember the exact name of that demon or yokai, so forgive me on that. I don't have it like pulled up in front of me or anything. But I remember reading the story and being like, oh, that's like a cool concept, like this cat demon that, you know, as it lives and lives for a long time, it gets stronger with age. And I thought that was really cool. And I knew I wanted to incorporate that somehow. So, of course, I decided that, like, hey, what if we just have, like, a normal cat that as it survives and grows stronger, it turns into, like, a cat girl because, you know, I love cat girls. So, so that was the original, like, concept idea and thing I was going for there. And then I had the idea that I really wanted to do a story where Janine and Sassy ran together. So that added like a whole new dynamic to this story because I knew I wanted it to be this one. But I didn't really know how I was going to do it exactly without completely changing a lot of things. So then I read about another yokai called Akasha, and I added another character to the story, and I made it where the cat demon, in order to become stronger, needs to defeat strong opponents. But even if she loses to a strong opponent, she gets stronger. So she will constantly fight stronger opponents and die, and then be brought back to life by the other demon. The other demon, in response, needs souls and to absorb like the life essence of the people that the cat demon kills, to gain back parts of her humanity. So she's like in a constant state of like rotting basically and decaying. And she needs the cat demon to defeat people so that she can get pieces of herself back. But she has to sacrifice some of those pieces just to keep the cat girl alive. So they kind of need each other, and they have this really cool like balance as characters together. That's really, really fun and interesting to work with from a story standpoint. From the writing standpoint, I did have some trouble with the actual idea of how I was going to write it. Like I said, the actual writing part was really fast once I figured that out. I wasn't really sure like how I was going to do it. If I was going to do complete like conversational dialogue, or if I was going to write it some other way. And then around when I was trying to write this one was when we started doing the fantasy shorts. So then I started getting the idea of the fantasy shorts, where it's like a page of just a character talking and telling their story from a first-person perspective. So I kind of combined the way we do fantasy distractions and the way we do the shorts. So at the beginning, it's just Ake talking herself in a fantasy short style for about a page. I think it's like a page and a paragraph for her. And then we go into like a conversation between the two of like an instance where she died fighting a character we already know. She died fighting this character, and Kasha's bringing her back to life. So he's bringing her back to life, and every time she comes back to life, she doesn't really remember things. Things are very like hazy for her, and Kasha has to like fill her in. So we get like a glimpse of one of those conversations between the two, what happened, who they fought and lost to, and then we get a standalone fantasy short style story from Kasha, kind of explaining the two of them. And again, Janine absolutely killing it with her portrayal of like Kasha's feelings about having hair and like, you know, normal human things that we you know, take for granted, that a demon that is constantly decaying would be like, I have hair again, yes, like this is awesome. And you know, Sassy obviously did an amazing job with okay, just like kind of thinking like she doesn't have her memories, so like she's talking like very like confused and unsure in the actual conversation part, but like when she's telling her side of the story, she's very like, you know, aware, like she knows she's like missing pieces that Kasha's got to fill in for her, but like during that little like monologue part, she's very much aware of who they are and what they're doing. So it's a really interesting one that really worked out, and let us test like kind of collabing. Like I told them after they sent me the recordings, they both recorded it in like a perfect way for me to edit it together. Like the conversation part almost sounds like they're just having a conversation, because it was super easy to edit together. So big thanks to them, of course, for doing the audio in a way that made it super easy for me to throw it all together. But that story came out really, really good, and I'm happy with how it did after how long it took me to figure it out. All right, we got 4 more to go. We're gonna do fantasy short number 7 next, which is about Morska, the mermaid goddess, also read by Innocent. Innocent has done the most fantasy shorts. We've thrown quite a lot her way. The issue that kind of happened with the shorts is that I wanted them to be told from the character's perspective, and a lot of the opening stories are from female characters' perspectives, so Janine, Sassy, and Innocent got a lot of the workload for the fantasy shorts. And like I mentioned, for this next set coming up, it's a lot of female-driven stories coming up. So it's gonna be a lot of female voices for a while, but they're all great. So that's okay. I'm trying to work in some more male-driven stories, but right now it's a lot of female. Let's listen to this and then we'll talk about it.
In the beginning, there were 4 gods and goddesses. The wolf, the elf, the witch, and me, the mermaid. Whatever made us did so in a way that we could nurture this land in one way or another. At first things went smoothly. The elf god Kikoru created Fenins who worshipped us. The rest of us provided the means for food and transportation. We provided ways for them to survive. However, things now feel so different. I can't quite explain it, but somewhere along the way, the people of Fenrir have stopped believing in us. It isn't a matter of not wanting to rely on us anymore. The Fenins clearly need us. It is as if they've forgotten we even exist, despite our presence here. We are currently living in a time of peace and prosperity. Perhaps this era we live in now is the reason there seems to be an invisible wall between us and them. At times I feel my voice falls on deaf ears. A crazy notion, considering I can make myself as large as I want to present myself to an entire village if I so desire. Kikoru and I now are the most relied on, though we keep our distance these days. The few times we interact, it is often unpleasant. He does not support our child to Sphere, and he believes my paranoia is unwarranted. If the Fenins lose faith, it doesn't matter, he says, for we are gods, and we are untouchable. But what if he's wrong? Why do I have this eerie feeling that something bad shall befall us? A simple wave of my hand and I could feed Fenins for years. A snap of my fingers, and I could create the means to which they could feed themselves without my help. Shelter and wildlife are things we can provide with a whim. Have we just made it too easy for them? Do Fenins want a challenge? Enror is a god of war and battle, yet this era of peace leaves him bored and unnecessary. Do those who worship Enror want that to change? Perhaps. I'm meeting with Kikoru and teaching Tasfia, but what I should be doing is discussing the future of Fenrir with Enror. I suppose it would also be naive of me to ignore a sister, Aradia. She's a witch, and, grotesque in comparison to me. That alone would make you think she was jealous of me, but I don't believe that is the case. I honestly believe that Aradia just doesn't want to be bothered with her godly duties. I think she despises Fenins and their reliance on us. I can't imagine her solution would be to take us out of the equation before she would take the Fenins themselves out. It's more likely she would start a natural disaster to thin the population than it would be for her to destroy her peers. Kikoru has his opinions. Maybe it's time to get the opinions of Enror and Aradia. If they tell me I'm worrying for no reason, it might provide some comfort. There's nothing on this planet that has ever threatened our existence, but I just can't shake this feeling.
that completely out of order, but don't worry about it. Yeah, so the Morska story is pretty interesting. Obviously, innocent, amazing. Again, sounding different again, but killing it. She I told her just to make Morska like, like this like proper, speaking elegant goddess, but also be like kind of concerned. And I think that's the interesting part of this story is that we know that the gods and goddesses have gone missing, but that's one of like the biggest mysteries that we haven't really deep dived into yet. Obviously, we're going to get to it eventually, but we haven't really touched on like how or why they're gone or why they're missing. And I think that's super interesting because now we have the story from Morska's perspective where she knows something is happening, right? Like she knows something's coming, something bad is coming. And she just has like this gut feeling that something bad is happening. And Kari's playing it off as like nothing and not taking it very serious. Because they're in a moment of like peace. Enror, who is like a god of war and battle, is kind of like not really involved in anything. Because like it's a peaceful time. So he doesn't really have a reason to get involved. So because of that, Morska's kind of thinking like maybe I should go get his opinion. Maybe it's like his worshippers that are like doing something that's making me feel this way. And then she starts thinking like maybe I should go to Aradia too because maybe I should get her input. But a lot of people don't really like to interact with her because she's pretty evil and pretty scary. So I just thought it was an interesting twist to have it be like where one of the gods is like pretty aware that something bad is coming and that something bad is going to happen. And still kind of keeping the viewers in the dark on it, but making it a little bit more interesting that Morska is kind of like on to whatever is about to happen to them. Can't really talk too much detail about this because otherwise it would be pretty spoilery, right? Because the whole idea is that it's a big mystery. So I'm not going to talk too much about that, but it is a fun little twist and a fun little deep dive into what's actually going on and what may actually happen. Well, what we know is going to happen with them missing. So pretty fun one. But we're going to go on to Fantasy Distraction 29. We got 3 more videos to go. 29, Fantasy Short number 8, and then Fantasy Distraction number 30, and then wrap it up. But let's listen to 29.
Tomorrow, I'll stand beside those who call Onyx their home. My friends, my family, all in a desperate effort to save this planet we all love. We face a terrifying foe, one unlike anything Fenrir has seen before. A savage who claimed himself a god. Luckily, we don't ride into battle alone. If we simple mortals try to stop Ingvar, surely we would be slaughtered. But we have a man revered in a similar standing to Ingvar, Lord Kazai, whose legend rivals that of Ingvar. If you told me a few months ago that I would be fighting in this war, I would have laughed in your face. I was no warrior. I could barely handle the sight of a bug in my home, let alone wield the katana, with deadly precision no less. This transformation of mine can only be credited to one man only, Sildric, the samurai. Again! He would often yell during training sessions with new recruits. I recall my first aid training. Sildric had to write my stance quite a few times, but I always made sure I was ready to swing when he yelled. I'm sure he respected my dedication to learn despite not giving an appearance of a fighter. I didn't think I would make it past the first day. Again! I clutched my katana with blistered hands on the second day, but my muscles burned with each swing. I could feel myself getting better, less correction needed on my stance, consistent rhythm with each strike. It was hard to tell at the moment if I would have what it takes to strike down a member of Ingvar's horde. But with each swing I began to believe that I could. I tried to picture the face of one of his brutes. Crimson blood splatter would follow with the killing blow. 2 days in, and I'd already fed bloodlust. I imagine the others around me felt. Ingvar threatened the very existence of Onyx. It was obvious he wanted to wipe us out. Our history, our traditions, everything. I love Onyx too much to let that happen. From us transition from a scared man, afraid to leave his home, to a warrior, determined to see my enemies surrender or die. And so be it. Again! On the 3rd day, I continued to show Seldrick I had what it takes to fight on the front lines. He showed us some techniques, and I did my best to learn them quickly. A few days prior, I had seen Sade, one of Lord Kazai's chosen, practicing in the field as we were escorted to the training camp. As she swung her katana, it didn't look like she was preparing for war. The way she moved reminded me of dances back in my hometown. Don't get me wrong, you could tell she was forced to be reckoned with on the battlefield, but there was a certain beauty in the fluidity of her movements. I wanted to be more graceful, like Sade, but I found it very difficult. Something about swinging a deadly weapon like that made me a different person entirely. I was becoming stronger and more fierce. My friends and family joked around they wouldn't want to fight me, not like before. I was surprised how fast I was picking this up. I was turning heads, impressing everyone. Everyone but Seldrick. Day 4 came. I showed up excited, as always, to practice. But to my surprise, I was the only one there. I stood on the platform we had been using to train for a few minutes. Finally, Seldrick showed up, and he had Sade with him. Sade stopped further back and waited with her palm resting on her katana. Seldrick walked up to me, didn't give me any instruction. Instead, he walked back and forth in front of me, with his arms folded. I wanted to ask if he had done something wrong, but I didn't want to be disrespectful. After a few moments, he spoke with me directly for the first time. I delayed training today specifically for you. He began. Show great promise of quickly becoming a fierce warrior. You're feared by your peers, you strike with deadly intent. You act like one of Ingvar's dogs. The praise, at first, put a smile on my face, but was quickly replaced with a stern look, as a slight chill went up my spine. I feared Sade would cut me down then and there. But I knew it wasn't Lord Kazai's style. I continued to stay quiet. I meant no disrespect by my actions. But Seldrick was right. I wasn't training to become one of Lord Kazai's chosen. I was no better than an enemy. We don't fight like them. Blind rage and blood for blood's sake isn't what we represent. Seldrick put his index finger on my temple and pushed it lightly. We'll fight with what's up here. He then placed the palm of his hand against my chest. Our intentions will be driven with what's in here. Anything other than this, and I don't want you in Lord Kazai's army. Do you understand? I nodded. The rest of the 4th day went like normal, but I held Seldrick's words close to my heart. I still do to this very day, before we face our enemies. I remember Sade stayed for the entire training that day, but didn't get involved. She didn't even say a word. I wanted nothing more than to impress them both. Again! On the 5th day, I helped some of the other recruits that were falling behind. Seldrick commanded me to, and I knew it was my chance to show him that I was becoming more than just a fighter. As if Seldrick's word didn't change my life enough already, this 5th day was special for all the new recruits there. Some people have never seen Lord Kazai in person, but that day he walked through our camp, and I got just a glimpse of him. The same way I was in awe watching Sade practice in the fields close by, I couldn't help but be enamored by him. As for the rest of the recruits, Seldrick gave us a moment to bear witness to our Lord, the man who will save us from Ingvar. He had a very large orc walking beside him that I had never seen before. They casually walked through the training grounds before disappearing from my sight. We all trained extra hard that day. None of us will ever live up to the legend that Lord Kazai has become. But by training properly under Seldric, we can at least become a small part of his triumph. As the days went on, Seldric taught us many things, not just about the art of war, but about representing Onyx in the best way possible. We'd fight honorably and show mercy if possible. We're a bit different from Ingvar's men. We would do whatever it takes to make Lord Kazai proud. We would instill these values in ourselves, in each other, in our future generations, again and again.
The song that I paired with that one. Sorry, I have to fix my glasses because the sides of my glasses are really hard, and the headset pushes them into my head, and I didn't fix them or whatever. But yeah, the song that I put in the background of that one is actually really good. I really like that one a lot. The like again and again and again and again kind of like theme throughout was pretty cool. But I really like the concept of having a guy who's training to be in Kazai's army, but he's actually like very good and almost like too good at like hurting and potentially killing people. And that I like the idea that Seldric's kind of like, wait, hold on. You're getting a little too close to like the thought process of Ingvar's men, right? Like you're only concerned with getting stronger, fighting, how to deliver killing blows and shedding blood. Like that's how Ingvar's people think. Like we're not gonna be like that. We're gonna be better than them. We're gonna think with our heads and our hearts, and we're gonna like fight honorably and show mercy if we can. And I think that's really important. Driving that home that like they're even training their troops to be more like Kazai would be than how Ingvar would be. Now that might not translate well into the battles and on the battlefields, but that's something that we'll see how it plays out. Derpy gave his all with the voice of the teacher here. At least that's my opinion about it. I think I already did say that on the actual. Yeah, when we watched the premiere together, he did say you really liked Derpy's performance in this one. I agree. He went all out. He really delivered on the performance, especially for Seldric's lines. So big shout out to Derpy and his performance. It definitely helped this one a lot. And I really do like the way this one came out and showing that different side. Like when I started writing it, I didn't even think of that. Like, what if there's a soldier who's becoming too much like Ingvar's men and they don't like that? And as I was writing it, I was thinking like, I don't know if like they would approve of this guy and the way that he's growing as a warrior, because he is kind of like taking it in a way that you would expect one of Ingvar's guys to. And this story kind of evolved as I was writing it, because I was like, wait, Seldric would not be cool with this. Like, what if Seldric just pulls him aside, like, one morning and he delays practice and training and is just like, we don't like what we're seeing so far. And he brings Sade with him. Sade is just, like, standing there, like, with her hand on her katana, like, resting the palm of her hand on, like, the handle of the katana. Just, like, standing there, like, kind of as an intimidation factor, but also as, like, like we're watching you and we're not liking what we're seeing. So you gotta like kind of like change your ways, because we're not gonna be murderous dogs. Like he literally calls them like one of Ingvar's dogs. We're not gonna be like them. We're gonna be like Kazai, like the way Kazai wants us to be, and we're gonna be honorable and we're gonna fight different than our opponents. And I thought that was like such a cool concept, but like it was something that literally came to me as I was writing it. All good, Marco. I think I knew what you meant. But yeah, Derpy's performance in this is really good, though. I agree with you 100%. He absolutely killed it. But yeah, so it's an interesting take on it. And I also like that Razmig pops up at the end when he's like, he had this really large orc with him. So obviously talks with Razmig went well. All right, here comes another one read by me. So it's going to be big yikes. It's 4. All right. So this is Siegfried the Genie of Stern, formed by yours truly. Big yikes, major cringe. All right. Here we go. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Stern is proud to present its 4th annual Elven Carnival. It is I, your elegant, powerful, magical, downright handsome, and sometimes devilish host, Siegfried the Genie. Those less fortunate won't catch a glimpse of me on the grounds of the carnival, but those extremely fortunate may be so lucky to be bestowed a wish or 3 from yours truly. As always, the Elven Carnival is to honor our missing yet beloved elfish god, Jakari, the one who gave us life. Now, I know what you may be thinking. Fennins running around with fake elf ears on would be disrespectful in the eyes of Jakari, but I feel he would understand that we do this to show our loyalty. Though he may be gone, it is up to us to carry on his legacy. We are living proof of his existence and the gifts he left Fenrir. Please enjoy the sights and sounds of the carnival as you venture forth into a world blessed by the elf god himself. Admire profound scenery guaranteed to excite the eyes. Attractions unlike any seen on Fenrir before await you just beyond this very tent. Please leave your weapons behind. Under no circumstances may you use magic, even if it's for entertainment purposes. Let's leave that to us professionals. And please refrain from war talk while walking the grounds of the carnival. The last thing we would want is for someone's experience to be ruined by talks of onyx or obsidian, King Ingvar or Lord Kazai. As I mentioned before, just beyond this tent lies a magnificent display of many Fennins' hard work in capturing the spirit of our beloved Jakari. Be sure to respect his legacy as well as the future that his gifts have given us the chance to experience. Participate in games, enjoy our magical rides, and be sure to try as many foods as possible. Just make sure you don't feed any melonglins along the way. We have imported goods from all parts of Fenrir, including Vesuva, Vorpal, Triton, and Askar. Thanks to some of our Fensea's traders, we were even able to procure some goods from Isla and Sabia. Trust me, the fried scorpion from Sabia is to die for. Now go, you beautiful Fennins made in Jakari's image. Go and enjoy the festivities. I have been your host, Siegfried the Genie. Look out for me on the grounds of the carnival, and I will try to make your dreams come true. Open the tent and enjoy the day. Now on with the show. So yeah, it's like Mansoor just said in chat, I missed the premiere to this fantasy distraction. It's the fantasy short. This is the first fantasy anything that I missed the premiere. And it was one that I voiced. And I still can't believe it happened. But I did. I missed the premiere to this one. But yeah, so if you've been following along at home, the fantasy shorts line up with the fantasy distractions, right? So fantasy distraction number 1 was Natalai. Fantasy short number 1 was also Natalai. 2 was Kai. 2 fantasy short was Kai. Eden was Eden. So on and so forth up until now. So the way we're going to do it is if it's like characters that repeat a lot or characters that already told a story from their own point of view, we're going to use other characters. Now, these other characters may or may not be connected to the original fantasy distraction character, because this one should have actually been Drew, the trickster, who tricks the viewer / listener in his fantasy distraction, but he's actually the one telling the story. So I replaced Drew. Instead of giving Drew another story from his perspective here, we actually did Siegfried and the Genie. The thing is, like with Drew, he's a pretty mysterious character also, and he's a trickster god type character. May or may not be a god, kind of a god, sort of a god. He messes with the gods a lot. He isn't always going to be obvious that he's involved in a story. I think that's the best way I could put it without being super spoilery. So he wasn't part of this one. So Siegfried the Genie, literally, I came up with the idea, like, it's embarrassing to even. I legit wanted to do a story about a genie because I was a juggalo growing up. I was an Insane Clown Posse fan, aka ICP fan, and they have a song where one of the lines is when the genie says "on with the show," and then it's like the chorus basically. The song is called "The Great Malenko," so it's when the genie says "on with the show," it's Hocus Pocus, Joker's Great Malenko, right? So I think the actual song is Hocus Pocus. It's a lyric from ICP. So I wanted to do a genie story, and I wanted him to say "on with the show." That was literally the only basis for the story I had going into it. And then I just kind of improvised and made it work. But as I was writing it, I was like, I kind of want to voice this one myself. So that's why I ended up voicing it. Because I had a certain way he was going to sound in my head. I probably did not meet my own expectations on delivering it. But I was like, you know what, I'll just read it myself. So I read it myself. We have some more stories coming up. Like there are a lot of Natalie stories like that are about Natalie. Because we've been kind of building her like legend, right? So number 11 would have technically also been like a story about Natalie. So we're doing one that's kind of like Natalie adjacent, where it's like one of her students talking. So it's like still about Natalie, but it's not like directly a story about her specifically. He's kind of like Loki from Norse mythology, so say he's involved yet you don't realize it. Exactly, yeah. He's very Loki-esque. That's what I'm going for because he's like your typical trickster god kind of character. So yeah, he's kind of just messing with a lot of people behind the scenes who may or may not know it yet. Same with like the viewers might not even know it. And we're gonna we'll bring that back up here and there and tie it in. We had him have his own story. We've mentioned him in some other stories already, and he was heavily connected to that one where they fool the gods and goddesses into putting a piece of themselves into that box, that magical box. He was involved in that too. So he's definitely around, but he's not going to be involved in anything super serious. I mean, the god thing is kind of serious, but for the most part, he's just playing tricks on people and doing a lot of behind the scenes trickery. So we'll expand on that as we go, but yeah, he's going to be an interesting to explore more thoroughly. All right, we made it. We made it to the final one, the one that came out today. Fantasy Distraction number 30. Read by our friend Mike, aka BlueWolf_VA. Absolutely amazingly talented voice actor. If you haven't heard this one yet, his voice is super silky smooth. All right, chat. I don't think you're ready for this voice. Okay, if you haven't heard him before, he's been on some of. Actually, we heard him earlier in the stream. So if you've been here since the beginning, you've heard him once in the stream already. But yeah, he's got an amazing voice, and you're in for a treat if you haven't heard today's Fantasy Distraction. Let's go check that out. We'll talk about it. We'll wrap it up. That'll be it.
On a planet that is ever evolving and changing, it's hard to keep track of the more important things in life. depending on who you ask, one of the most important things is family. There is no questioning the dedication to family of Ren. Ren and I grew up in Triton together, and we were practically inseparable. Though not related by blood, it felt as if we were brothers. We did literally everything side by side, and when it came time to grow up and get jobs, we continued to work together. Our first job was selling fruit in the major marketplace here in Triton. Then we tried being delivery men, and as wartime grew closer, we learned more trades to help the world prepare. Blacksmithing, leatherworking, and whatever else we could literally and figuratively get our hands on. We were two of the most reliable people in all of Triton, and many people knew us by face and by name. I grew up to marry my childhood sweetheart, Marcy. We have no children, despite trying for a few years now. Ren went on to marry a woman named Dana, and the two of them got luckier than Marcy and I. They have two beautiful children, Indra and Faye. Getting married, and in their case, having children, didn't change much at first. We continued to help and support each other. Marcy and Dana became best friends too, and we were a very tight-knit group. Despite our struggles, I took pride in watching Indra and Faye grow up before my eyes. Triton is near the northernmost part of Fenrir. Not that far off from Mount Shire, where all of this war nonsense technically began. It's on the far opposite side of Vorpal, which means it rests somewhere in the middle of both onyx and obsidian. Based on what we've been told here in Triton, that means this town is off limits for recruitment into the war. To everyone's knowledge, onyx is only recruiting in onyx, and obsidian only in obsidian. At least, that was the common understanding until a few days ago. There is a similar town to both Vorpal and Triton to the west called Martyr. It was also assumed that Martyr was off limits to recruitment, but King Ingvar was sighted there just 2 days prior, and members of that town were recently recruited into his army. Yesterday, another town to the east was visited by Lord Kazai with similar results. As this war is amping up to begin, these two rulers are expanding further and further into territories that basically aren't even theirs. Fearful that Triton would be next, Ren felt the need to act. His concern lies mostly in the fact that he doesn't want his children to be stuck between Triton and the rest of the warring towns without their parents. I can't say I blame him, but I had to question his plans. How would he even make it through those towns? And even if he did make it through, where would he go? The further south you travel, the closer you get to teetering the Deadlands. Even if Ren and Dana were recruited, the children would still be lost in unfamiliar lands, closest to the most dangerous parts of Fenrir. I tried my hardest to sway him. Between me, Marcy, Dana, and Ren, if at least one of us didn't get drafted, then whoever remained could take care of the girls until the war was over. Ren felt that was too much of a gamble. That type of result isn't guaranteed, he said. He needed something more concrete. Ren suggested that Marcy and I go with him, but Marcy is a firm believer in fate and destiny. That if we were meant to be in the war, then it would happen, whether we left or not. As much as I want to be by Ren's side in all things, I had to turn him down on this one. Not only because of Marcy, but I couldn't support the notion of traveling across all of the warring towns and villages without a plan set in stone. His goal was to get beyond Vorpal and then figure it out. We're very unfamiliar with the territories down in the south. For all we know, they could be worse off than the ones up here. Trust me, I understand the concern of being trapped. At least in the south there are more areas to run to, but I personally would rather take my chances climbing Mount Shire to escape recruitment than running straight ahead into the belly of the beast. The only thing that might save their journey is if they travel straight for Vorpal. That was my last piece of advice to Ren. King Ingvar and Lord Kazai seem to be recruiting from outside of their territories and working their way in. If he rides the middle ground straight down to Vorpal, he may be able to avoid recruitment altogether. The problem then lies in Vorpal itself. If Triton is potentially no longer off limits, then surely Vorpal will be another stop on the recruitment train. As I remain here in Triton, I'm afraid for the fate of my friend and his family. I hope they are able to find the safety they are looking for, and the protection the girls need. It is a scary time that we live in. On top of my concern for my friend, I also worry about the fate of Triton, too. If King Ingvar or Lord Kazai come here to recruit, then Marcy and I could be separated as well. These are dark times on Fenrir, and I fear they will only get darker.
Alrighty. That was fantasy distraction number 30. 9:36 a.m. for you, Mansoor? That's crazy, dude. I gotta remember that you're 6 hours ahead of me. That seems so much easier than every other time I try to figure out how, like, what time it is for you. You're just 6 hours ahead of me. Yeah, so fantasy distraction number 30. Mike did an awesome job. Tuned in Reddit, dude, it's so good. I highly recommend going to listen to it in its entirety. Mike absolutely killed it on that one. I mean, he did great on the other ones that he's done for us too, but this one is so good. His voice is so good. I've already gotten a lot of compliments on his voice. Actually, I gotta tell him. I gotta private message him. But yeah, he did amazing. But so the concept there is basically that we have this character Ren. He's going to be very important in the grand scheme of things. He's very connected to the character Jack, who we've kind of seen and heard a lot of. But he will be important to the story on a bigger scale than this story may make it out to seem. But this is told from the perspective of his like childhood friend, and as they grow up, they do everything together. They work together. They, if one changes jobs, the other one changes with them. They kind of met their significant other around the same time. They both try to start a family at the same time. Unfortunately for the narrator, him and his wife don't get lucky. Ren and his wife do. They have 2 daughters, and now that it seems like Ingvar and Kazai are starting to recruit outside of their own territories, Ren is getting nervous because Triton is at the northern part of Fenrir. So it's like Onyx, Obsidian. That's probably flipped because first right now. Onyx, Obsidian, and like Triton would be above them. So like you have all the Onyx territories. I guess it would be. You have all the Onyx territories, then you have all the Obsidian territories. Triton's above, and like Vorpal's below, right? So then you have some other like little towns like around them. And those were all considered off limits for recruitment. So Ren and his friend here thought they were safe, like they weren't going to get recruited, which would also mean that their wives are safe. Ren's children are safe. They thought they were off limits. Now, one of the towns nearby on Ingvar's side, Ingvar goes there and he starts recruiting, and rumors of this spread to Triton. So now, like they know, like they're coming to recruit. Like it's gonna happen. I'm gonna get separated from my family. I'm gonna get separated from my children. Ren's freaking out, and I mean for good reason. It is pretty scary. Like if you think about it, like if you were in that situation, it is pretty scary, right? So Ren's panicking, and he fears that there's nowhere to go further north, right? Unless he goes on the Fen Seas and he goes to Isla, but he doesn't want to take his children onto a different continent, right? Like they've only known Fenrir their whole life. Same with Ren, really. Like Ren hasn't been to another continent at this point. So he's thinking like, I got to get my daughters somewhere safe from this recruitment nonsense, and make sure that me and my wife can stay with our children. So he starts panicking and complaining to his friend who's telling the story that he wants to try to go south. Now, the problem with that is, I just said Onyx and Obsidian are literally between Triton and Vorpal. So he needs to get to Vorpal. He needs to cut through all of the war territories to get to Vorpal so he could go further south to areas that he hopes are off limits. Now, we know that further south is the Deadlands, which is, you know, bad news. Obviously not somewhere he wants to bring his children. So he's trying to land somewhere in between, like, Obsidian, Onyx, Vorpal, and whatever's in between that and the Deadlands is kind of like what he's shooting for. Somewhere off limits, or at least out of reach of Ingvar and Kazai for now, and then he's basically just taking a gamble that they're not going to expand further south, right? So his friend who's narrating this story is trying to talk him out of it, but it seems like he failed to do so. So that's kind of like the whole concept of this story. Now, Ren is a very interesting character because he's very driven by family, and we are definitely going to see him again, but probably not until wartime has started. He may be name dropped in one or two other stories that I can think of, but or maybe not name drop, but at least referred to the way we usually refer to like somebody without dropping their name. But definitely once the next block comes and we're like full on in wartime, Ren is a big player in that. I think it's interesting to have characters that represent kind of like how we would feel, or like, you know, concerns that we would have. Because I know, like, if I was getting drafted into like a war, my family would be priority. My first concern would be taking care of my family. What's going to happen to my family? Like, you know, what happens if I get recruited, if they get recruited. So, I noticed they're named after gems, Onyx and Obsidian. Is there a reason behind it? I was naming an ebook that this entire thing is loosely based off of, and I thought Onyx Obsidian was like a cool little like contrast. I don't think it really specifically applies to the army, like specifically, because Onyx and Obsidian aren't really that far off from each other, like color-wise, I don't think. So yeah, it was just the names that I chose for the ebook thing that this is all like loosely based off of. So yeah, there wasn't really like a special meaning behind it. I just thought they looked cool together, and I was going to use it as the title of an ebook. And that ebook never happened. But that like start of the ebook is actually where, where all of this kind of stemmed from. Because Ingvar and Kazai are in there, Jack is in there, a lot of these characters are in there that we've touched on already. So the main story that we're telling here is very connected to this idea I had for an ebook. So the name of the ebook was literally going to be Onyx Obsidian, and then it was going to have different parts, and it was going to be like OO for short, with like subtitles. So yeah, that's just where my mind goes. There wasn't really like a specific reason. It was just I thought it looked nice together next to each other as a story title. Yeah, so that is pretty much it for the recap stream, guys. If you have any further questions, you can leave them in the comments. You can comment on any of the videos. Actually, I would like if you guys commented, because I think if our videos get comments on them, I think it helps our algorithm thingy. That's what I heard. I don't know. We really need to get more comments on the videos anyway. I'd love to have more comments showing there, and boy, that'll make like other people engage and talk. I need to go back to pinning questions. I think I started doing it for like the first 10, but I just like pinned random questions that I was hoping people would answer when they come to see the videos. Like nobody ever answers them. Yeah, I think if anything, it's probably like black and gray, maybe, or like a lighter shade of black, which I guess would be gray. They're very similar. Look, now I'm caught up. Well, did you watched all between 1 and 20? Or no? But yeah, so we definitely need more comments on videos. So like if you guys in the future or anybody watching this stream in the future, if you make it to the end of this video, by the way, thank you. I appreciate you. If you literally listen to me ramble for 3 hours or 4 hours, whatever it's been, I appreciate you for watching the stream on the actual video. Like, that's cool. But yeah, we definitely need more comments on the videos. We got our first patron tonight. Thank you, Tiana. I appreciate you. Definitely check out the Patreon. That is going to be a big way that I pay for stuff until we're monetized, and probably still a big way that I pay for stuff after we're monetized, because I don't know if we're going to make that much money off being monetized unless our viewership goes way up. As I said, there's a direct donation link in the description of all the videos. If you want to support in any way, like I said, 100% do not need to spend a dime on us. I am going to try to make it work by other means. I haven't quite figured out what those means are, but I'm working on it. But if you want to support, there are options. I'm going to try to get some merchandise made, so keep a lookout for that. We'll start getting some merch, and we'll just keep pumping out stories, and I hope you guys keep listening and enjoying them. I was here when you did the last one. Okay, all right, so you're caught up. Likes, dislikes, yeah. So we need more likes. We need more comments. We need more shares. We need just about everything. People to show up to the premieres would be good. We're working on it. We're getting there. You know, like we've been doing it for 30 weeks, which is a lot. But at the same time, it feels like we're just getting started, right? So like I still have a lot of ideas. We're getting guest writers. We're getting, you know, I don't know if we'll get more voice actors anytime soon, but we're definitely getting more guest writers coming on. We're gonna have some more stories that I am gonna try to I really want to do a third day of stories, but I'm not quite there yet as far as being ahead on writing. So I need to just take care of the two that we're on right now, but the wheels are already turning, and I'm already starting to work on the plans for that third show that would technically be on Wednesday, I believe. We're either going to do a third show on Wednesday, or we're going to do like a weekly podcast where it's just like me and Jake, and we'll have like the voice actors come on as guests, and we'll do like a weekly thing like that. Or we'll do a third show on Wednesday and the podcast maybe on like a Thursday or Tuesday. I don't know. This whole project has kind of consumed my life, and I don't mind because I'm enjoying it a lot. I'm having a lot of fun. Gotta be up at 7, and I really wanted to stay until you played the last one, but I enjoy these streams for the shorts. I think they're great. Thank you. Have a good night, Joe, and everyone. All right, Tiana, thank you so much for being our first patron. We're gonna wrap up here anyway, but thank you. I appreciate you. Monsword, always for the support. I appreciate you too, man. Jake, if you're still in chat, comment. And yeah, anybody who sees this stream in the future, not when it actually aired, thank you if you made it this far. Please continue to watch Fantasy Distractions, and catch you guys in 10 weeks. If you want to see me before 10 weeks, you can do so at twitch.tv/val_starlight. If you want to come in through the Twitch stream and ask me questions about Fantasy Distractions, you're more than welcome. We've been streaming a lot of League of Legends, but I'm still down to talk about Fantasy Distractions at all times. So hit me up on there. Follow me on the socials. I'll update the description to this live stream with all the information as far as songs and where to find the voice actors and everything else. And see you guys in 10 weeks.